Incremental greetings. So now it's time to react as my completionist self, react to my master self, reacting to my fluent self, reacting to my noob self. So this is the latest iteration. That is the video that my master self did. It's quite long, but it's just one single video instead of a playlist. And there are quite a lot of detailed chapters. The only limitation of this recording, which I still remember, I haven't rewatched the video, so it's just by memory. I remember that the sound of my computer didn't save, so you could not listen to my fluent self. That's why I cut that out, because without sound was pointless. So, with a grain of salt, I will only be reacting to my master self, strictly speaking. Everything else will be just mentioned. So let's start. At least what I can see already is that I was using the dark mode still.
Greetings. Today will be special.
Wait, let me actually change so I don't hide myself. Okay, so now I'm on the left side. Let's continue.
I realized that there is a video that I started editing and I never published. I use DaVinci Resolve to edit my videos. Those are the videos that I edit more recently. Those two I never published are from November.
But those videos are not part of the course yet. The guns of splitting and all of this is not, I mean, it's part of the course because I redid it. And it's very ironic, I have read all docs. This is the same video that I got recommended. Look at this. Look at this. It's this video. What are the odds? I have more than 800 public videos right now. How come it was this one was once? This was the one selected. Wow.
But look at this. Meta recap. It's a bit, no, I don't even have the file. It was like half an hour.
That is true because it's too much storage. Even if I do online backup, which I pay for it with a paid Google account, it's not enough. It's terabytes of footage, so I cannot keep everything I do. So I think more or less up to 3 months, now that I have done the course, 3-4 months maximum I can store at once.
But I don't remember what it was. So I reacted to videos on this playlist. Learn from my newbie mistakes with SuperMemo.
That will be my... So you see the little head here? That is the Fluent. What you see bigger is the Noob. What you see on the right side is the Master. And here it's the Completionist.
Sadly, those videos haven't had much views.
That has been true, and now not anymore, and now forever true, because I have unlisted them. Because now there will be no value in the sense that it becomes redundant. If you watch these long format videos, there's the point on watching that playlist.
And I think they were actually helpful in avoiding what to do as a noob. So I decided, hey, let's do a recap of this much later, when I considered that I mastered SuperMemo. So now what I'm going to do, since I cannot edit that video because the raw file has been lost, imagine it's been so long, I will react to myself, reacting to my noob self.
Exactly.
Opposite order.
I already said that.
That's at the opposite side.
Oh my god, oh my god. What is this? This is becoming too endogamic. So I forgot actually this already. So I wanted to place myself somewhere else. So the noob, fluent, master, and completionist selves versions of me can coexist in the screen. What? Give me 1 second. What is this? Oh my god. Let's continue.
But well, now you will see my face more than once.
4 times.
How I even age it across the videos.
Oh, do look older. All of the time span is about 5 years.
So that's the first video. This is me reacting with the session I did with Raj, which was not my first day. I already used SuperMemo 15 some months ago by myself, and he offered to do the session, so why not? And then I also proposed to record it, to share it online. So that is the...
And turns out that this recording is still this recording is the second most watched video of my channel, just below 3,000 views. Not many views, but for my standards, I mean, there's only one video that performs better than that. That is 1 year of SuperMemo. Awesome. Still holds.
Day one of the collection that I have today. I don't keep anything older than that.
Correct.
It was just to understand SuperMemo. There was no meaningful usage of the collection. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's what I did chapters so fine-tuned, because it's extremely edited and you don't know exactly what happened because we don't see the reaction of the Fluent. At least this makes the video shorter as a consequence, because I will need to react to both, so this will be adding time. Just to let you know that actually this is a pro for you as a viewer, more condensed.
My past self-made is that I no longer use this terminology. So it's funny that Raj more or less avoided a lot of terminology that is only on the niche of SuperMemo. New flashcard instead of item and stuff like this.
Yeah, makes sense, because you want to use the person incrementally, and that I have done this as maximum as I could in the pleasurable guide to SuperMemo. My master self was just beginning this course. Now I finished the first cycle. Well, the reaction of foul course and the first cycle, which was 800 videos long.
Item is active recall. Yes, but not necessarily. Because you create the close deletion. You make the close deletion, therefore you create the item. But then you can edit the item, so it's just passive. If you use SuperMemo for language learning, you can have a sentence with a highlighted word, let's say, and you just have to passively remember the meaning of that word. You're not recalling the word, unlike the Advanced English collection. So most of the time. And Alt-N to create a new topic or new note. And I never use that.
Still, I rarely use that. When I use that, it's not my genuine use of SuperMemo. It's because I use a backup and I want to add some slides in the backup I have to shoot a video, something like this. So it's something that I won't keep in my genuine collection anyways.
And Alt-A as well. I actually never use this. Unless I don't something quick because I'm recording.
What I do, by the way, and frequently, is that now I preload some images with AI on my image registry, and then I do new topic, and then let me actually do it. So that's the flow.
A video, but for my genuine.
So that is a flow that my master self didn't have, not because it is super advanced, is that I was not doing language learning. So basically, I did the equivalent of Alt-N. So I have a flow, so I will do add node, creates an empty topic, but it's using describe images. And here I will add the image I want to describe. Let's say it's this one. And then here I will paste from AI the description of this. Because I want, how you call this thing with the mustache that goes upwards? I don't have no idea in English, right? So I have a custom gem. I use Gemini because I have a paid Google account for the storage, so I have both. And it's just for an image registry. Exactly. So I will get this. I do this for not just English. I also use it for Korean as well. And then it's, hey, that's the description, which is useful. And then already generates what is low frequency. Visage, sclera, whatever is pronounced, receding, cartilaginous, out of the bat, so I already have the definition. But then I will read this, and I will create the flashcards out of that. So I already have the image there. A significant amount of white sclera around dark irises. Oh, no, I mean, it's part of the eye, right? So we'll do the close deletion. Sorry, the extract. In this case, I copied this already. I mean, the close deletion right away. So you see the flow. It's not exactly how I do it, but so you see everything at once. I will have my conventions to know, but you see now I have the template and so on. It's example sentence. A significant amount of white, blah, 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 around dark irises. The white outer layer of the eyeball, Sometimes, if the sentence is too dummy, and I have the description, I will just delete it and have a definition thing, a definition card. How you call the white layer, And then if I want, I can even do zoom and do it like this. So it's more obvious which part I'm telling. So this is my only flow, genuine flow in my collection that I do at the node for my collection that I didn't do before. And because of AI, I can do the other way around. It's not that I have the definition or the sentence or the expression and I search a picture. I have the picture of what I want to define. I identify I cannot do it, and then I use AI to do it for myself. And I learn from this. Awesome. And then if it's more complicated, I will follow up, do more example sentences, or search online real examples of using that word and so on.
In usage, I never use those shortcuts. Yeah, precisely. Another video I shared recently about the splitting. So in this case,
It was recently because it was in my list of previously edited in the software I use, DaVinci Resolve. It's fascinating because I thought there was not much mystery before I watch what they say. There's not much mystery in the splitting once you know how it is, the HTML code, and so on. A few weird things that SuperMemo capitalizes some tags or removes some IDs or whatever. But other than that, there's not much sauce in it, right? When I was doing the course, oh my god, in the fluency course, it's the longest. I have taken quite a lot of that to the mastery, and still is quite decent. There's a lot of sauce. Not on the execution, how you do it, because there's the more sauce, of course, but on the soft skills. What will happen if you split, the consequences of splitting too much, there's quite a lot of unpack there. A lot more than even my master self expected.
It's incremental learning, and what will happen is that it's very likely you will import this article at the very beginning of your SuperMemo experience.
Yep.
And what Rush suggested is to split, but you don't split just for the first header or section, but all of them. So here you can see, for instance, 2.3.1.1.2.
Exactly, it's what they call the incremental split. In this case, because it's huge, first. Second, it's extremely well modularized. That means it's very friendly to read independently. It has been written incrementally, so there's no better example than this. So if I read the 2.3.1, I don't need to have read anything else. Most of the time, it holds by itself. So you can split it by layers. I did it, my noob self split it linearly because of Rush. And then is when I realized, when I was fluent, that if I could go back in time, I will not have done that.
You will flatten all of this hierarchy, and you create like 700 or almost 500 children, which is not the best experience. Yeah, you can see here. Some will be dummy because it's one header after another. But look at the crossbar. Scroll.
I was trying to correct myself.
Bar. And how many children? So imagine how messy now the intervals and the priorities are.
Not just this, is that the ancestors give you a lot of hints already. Oh, I am incremental reading, basic skills, skill 1, importing multiple articles. If I am now here, it's incremental learning, extracting texts. I don't have a clue that I am inside a specific skill, or the section. So this gives you a lot of context. And this is very valuable at the beginning, because at the beginning you don't know those details. That later on, if you will, there's no difference, because I know this by heart. But at the beginning, it's a loss. Can be considered a con.
If it's at the very beginning, I will split it, but only for the general chapters. So what is incremental learning? POM, incremental reading, and so on. So only by the header 1, or whatever header is using. So it's more manageable. And
I realized in my editing, I didn't do the transitions at all. So it's quite abrupt. But at least I can... Oh, that is within the chapter. Okay, good to know. And then it will be the extracting... Okay.
Ironically, what is my past self said still
The Fluent?
True today. I haven't used spread anymore.
Okay. It doesn't hold true anymore. I did spread. But keep in mind, spread is from a subset. So I don't know, but more or less estimating could be 1 to at most 5% of my collection was affected. Most was something from the beginning. The year 2000, 2021, something that is early stuff of low priority anyways, that I did it to do some A/B testing, and it's still ongoing, and it's too soon to have any conclusion. But I did it borderline and not organically, because it's for the sake of an A/B testing.
And by the way, I still have the book of the Daily Stoic. And guess what?
Not anymore. Well, in the sense that I keep what I have read, but I don't have it. I don't have anything pending to read. Exactly.
I haven't finished it yet.
And I didn't finish it. I just what I did is I just deleted everything that was pending to be read from books some years ago, and I no longer read books in my collection. And I haven't read books from my collection because I wanted to prune it, and I realized that most books have a lot of fluff. It's incredible, and I spent a lot of time, and the value I got from them, it's very tiny. And instead of deprioritizing, is let me delete this, keep what I have, especially from Daily Stoic, that was something valuable. And if I ever want something, I can have a different collection for them or import them, no big deal. And I did this because the size of my collection was too big already. Keep in mind, it's already in the quarter, more than the quarter of a million already.
It's been longer than a year. And I will...
Element-wise, but the books add a lot of megabytes of storage. Perhaps not that many elements, but the backup is significantly larger. Even though I do backup the images externally of the images of the books pending to be localized, if this makes sense.
Go extra mile, and I would say that not even 2024 I will finish it. Oh yeah.
Not in 2025 either, which will finish in 2 weeks, by the way, the year.
Good point, prove yourself. So basically, it's what now we call is multi-level extracting. That I always say that I am a heavy extractor. That's way too much. And yes, in this case, I will not split, even if it was header 1, header 3, or whatever tag that is consistent, and I can use the custom split for that.
Stays true.
I will still do it manually. So with the extract, and then the next repetition, I will...
Especially if it fits in my screen, I will do it manually. I want full control. It's like having an automatic car or a manual car that you decide when you shift the gear. You want full control.
Extract, let's say incremental, landing easy, ensures 95% recall, blah blah blah. Next repetition, incremental, reading ensures head recall, blah blah blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
More or less, more manual. Yeah, okay. So,
oh my god, I'm still in the same chapter. Okay.
So I don't do this has changed across time. So now let's say that my threshold is a lot less than before.
Lower, I
So
mean.
now what I use is even the built-in Ctrl-Shift arrow up or down to increase or decrease the priority by just a tiny bit.
0.1%.
So this don't even require an auto hotkey to have your own heuristic ranges of priorities. So now let's say this article.
In fact, I use the same strategy for priorities. What has changed is that the size of my collection has increased, I think, 5-fold, because I have added the language collection. I merged it, and then I have imported some stuff from Anki. Not everything, just what was more new stuff, not the old, and I still have a pretty decent amount of elements. That's an old backup. I have 140. But with the editing, I will put my current, but I have more than, I think it's 280,000 elements. It's quite a lot. So what happens is that the priorities are harder, because if it's 0.1%, I'm not moving 50 positions in the queue. I'm moving 280 positions. So even if I have the same precision mathematically in the percentage, I have 5 times less precision in absolute numbers because I have 5-fold the elements. And I didn't increase the precision in percentage. So strictly speaking, I'm less precise than before, even though I use precisely the same system.
It's 33%.
That's because it didn't happen organically. That my collection grows and grows and grows. It's just, I did, just by merging, the language collection was bigger than the incremental reading one. So it multiplied. But I was able to endure this. My master self as well, but my fluent self, I can guarantee it will have become overwhelmed. And that was the reason that my fluent self split the collection because of priorities. It was impossible to handle, especially when they are uneven, that the size of one is a lot larger than the other.
I think it's kind of blurry in the screen. And I think instead of 33, that is 30, I will change it. It's 3%. This is massive. But in this case, the collection was still tiny. So the 33% means 138 position. So now my collection is larger. So
now, the difference of 30 to 33, which is 3%, will be what? About 1,000 positions? No, more than that. Oh my god, let me do the math. 280,000, 3%, 8,800. That will be the positions I'm oscillating with a 3% margin of error. So before it was 200, as you can see, it's like kind of an umbrella, a butterfly effect. The longer your collection, the more positions you're shifting. So the most likely would be making a difference. You're going to see this next. You're going to see this soon. Or you're not going to see this ever again in your life. Unless you search for it explicitly. But from the outstanding queue, from the outstanding repetitions, you're not going to see that. Unless your sorting criteria, it's super random. It's arbitrarily, and it's like playing the lottery, and just happen to appear. But to simplify, you're not going to see it again. And sometimes it's a 3% difference. Why? Because since I recorded this video, my mastery self and today has been more than a year, and my priority protection hasn't increased at all. So my priority protection at the best day of the year was about 3%, meaning if something was 4%, it's something I neglected the entire year, if I didn't do subsets. So imagine, it's not an error of 3%, just 1% makes a difference. I'm going to see this year, whenever it is, in the next 12 months, or I'm not going to see it. Imagine. Priorities are a big deal.
So to 3% will mean 10,000 and something. So even though the conclusion is that now I do care about decimals. At the very least, the first one.
Okay, this has changed. I care about decimals to the second decimal now. Even though I'm not more precise, because most of the time I use my AutoHotkey script, but only for high priority stuff, to simplify what is inside my priority protection, I use 2 decimal points now. Because I need more precision, basically.
For this range. If it's in the high range, the red, I will even specify more. So for instance, 0.11 or 0.19, hey, that makes a difference. Too much difference in this very high level.
Okay, so I was already doing this. The 2 decimals on the red zone, that high priority. But, okay, it has been more concrete. Doesn't have to be red. It's because it's within my priority range. So I do up to 3%. I will guarantee always use 2 decimals.
And I do.
And what also has changed, because now with SuperMemo 19, the priority protection on the stats window is on an absolute number instead of the relative, and you cannot change that. Sometimes, heuristically, I do by number, but I don't have this habit to decide by number. That, it's 600, boom. But for me it doesn't work, because 600, yeah, depends on the others, the 600 first elements in the priority queue. If they are outstanding for next years, this is dead. So 600 doesn't tell me much. Could be 1000, and again, the 999 are scheduled for the next years. I'm not going to see anything there. Meaning that in the next year, the priority protection at the lowest could be itself, the position number 1000. I will need more than 1 year to lower my priority protection, because anything below that won't become outstanding in the next year, if this makes sense. Now that my collection is older, I experience this more times than before, than my master self. That's why sometimes I have to really put a priority on the two numbers, meaning on the top 100, to actually lower my priority protection, to break this, or I will have some bubbles of in the priority queue that, yeah, none of that will be outstanding in the next 3 years even. So I have a hole. That's why the absolute number for me only works in the context of breaking the priority protection on purpose. So I want to break it because I want to see this next. If I don't break it, it will be after the bubble. So it's like a false sense of priority protection that, oh yeah, it's quite low. Not really. It will be the second element you will see tomorrow, because everything else is not outstanding. That's also true because I use auto postpone. So I don't know if I will talk about this, just in case. I have auto postpone, but it's very, very strict. So I skip very few elements. It's not how it's designed, so it has to be very low priority and so on, so the criteria is quite hard to match. Some days I have none. I have absolutely nothing to postpone. And some days 3, 10, I think 30 the most. So it's not a big deal, but at least I'm cleaning stuff. And why this happens is because I have been during the course, I have used SuperMemo very little. That means my collection is skewed in the sense of how many elements have short intervals. Not many. Because recently, in the past months, I haven't created many elements or repeated elements for the first time. That means I have only kind of old elements in my collection. You know what I mean? Like a good analogy. Exact. That's a good analogy. The age distribution. So what happens? Usually in incremental reading, special position will be the opposite. So very few items are young, and the older you get, the more elements you will have. What I did last month, the last 3 months, the last year, a few years, more or less it's the same. It's the opposite of what you see here. So if it's the age, we put the age, the interval, but in the opposite order. The highest is 0, and the lowest will be to infinity, let's say. That is true. So what happens that those first three are abnormally tinier because I haven't did anything in the last 2 months. So I don't have repetitions becoming outstanding in 2 months from new elements that were done 2 months ago. So it will be older. So I have an skewed pyramid in this sense, temporarily, because I have been doing SuperMemo, I have been doing incremental reading very scarcely as a consequence, and especially the items. I have deleted more items than topics. Nice. Let's continue.
Always working this level of priorities, because I always keep several topics. It is very high priority range. The first 10 elements in my collection, because I want them to show up every single day in my repetitions.
I do this in a different way. Just because how profound the priorities are, and as I just mentioned, I already want to break it, so I cannot have multiple flows interleaved, breaking the priority protection at the same time. What I do now, what I want to see every day, I have a convention with the concept registry, with the comment registry. So basically, I put the comment on the element daily, then I go to the registry subset, I go to the comment registry, and I start a subset of that. So it doesn't matter if it's outstanding or not. I do review all. I will log the repetition as a consequence. It will become outstanding, whatever it is, but I don't care. Because I will overwrite it every single time. Unless I do my incremental reading, I don't do the subset, and then it happens to also appear. That's why sometimes I have 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 3 days, or something like that. It's because I didn't do the subsets, because I haven't used SuperMemo, and then I do incremental reading, and it pops. And now I don't currently have this flow. I'm not reading any source, which I want to read daily, because the ones I wanted have been finished already. But I will do the same strategy if I import. So now that I will start using SuperMemo more than before, than the recent days, months, should I say, could be that I add more material that I want to iterate daily.
Oh, good point. So here, still my past self was struggling with the extremely fossilized key bindings in Spanish. Now there's no issue. Now English, it has been the default for many years.
Okay, ironically it's the opposite. Sometimes I have tutoring sessions in the Spanish language. And what happens is that, hey, I want to say the key binding with the Spanish modifiers, the Spanish names. And sometimes it's, oh shit, now it's the opposite. It comes to my mind in English and I have to translate. And what happens is that it's been years I don't say Mayus, for instance, instead of shift. The last time I did it was in a recording like I do now. So imagine this. So sometimes I say, oh, wait. Oh yeah, in Spanish would be control Mayus F12. Oh, it sounds weird because I have never said that in Spanish, if this makes sense. So it's fascinating that as across years, my brain adjusted, and now I have the opposite difficulty, just by lack of use. I didn't say that in 5 years, so.
Now it will be the opposite. Now I have to think twice, process, wait. Shift is, it's my use in my computer.
I always use the same example, oh my god.
I don't know if you can see it.
Here you go.
Tab, block Mayus,
Same keyword still.
and control. So now it's the opposite case. So good to know that this is just, it takes some time, but you eventually automate this as well.
Yeah. So, as anything, it will just take more time. Even if you don't pay attention, that's not actually my goal. Just by usage, hey, if I only use English for this for years, makes sense, and then my brain will default to English. Even though I started English quite late in life. Yes, I did English in the school, but you know that you don't learn anything there. You only learn to drill gaps, fill in the gaps, not to speak the language for real. So I did this on my 20s, to really speak the language for real. Late 20s. But
All of my
I succeeded anyways.
flashcards now, they have control shift and whatever. I use English only.
What happened just now, it all keeps happening here and there, or coughing. I just edit this. So what I also did unconsciously, the habit I acquired, is that when there's some sound I hear, like my dog, not always, but most of the time, with my dog, or that it's from me, that I call or whatever, then I repeat what I just said right away, for the sake of the recording. I don't know if you can hear my dog. Oh my god. I have been recording for half an hour, and it happened just now. Such an ironic timing. So this is just, once again, the habit. Just because I recorded so much, and because I have been sharing the room, so I will always have interference with sound, with noise, doors opening, whatever. I had a lot of practice on that. So sometimes you won't even realize, it sounds natural, but mid-sentence, it was from the next thing I said that I cut that out. And I repeated this, so imagine. Then, a next point is that it's been 9 minutes only of the footage. I have been more than half an hour. First, I need incrementalism if I want to be spot on, because I'm already fatiguing. So now I'm at 95%, not at 100 performance, and because I need to work, basically. So I will continue the next day. I don't know if it will be tomorrow, but eventually. Okay, another day. Let's continue with the reaction.
So now it's the opposite case. So good to know that this is just, it takes some time, but you eventually automate this as well. All of my flashcards now, they have Control Shift and whatever. I use English only.
An example that I edited out. Yeah, I remember where I left.
And here. So here's one example that by default.
Oh, that didn't last long. That I have the question side or time and the answer side below and the images at the top. Because I prioritized images, but then I'm so used to going to the left. Then what I realized that now that I have simplified my approach, and I always have most of the time the image components are empty. So I decided to go backwards and start at the beginning. I start here at the top, just because regardless if it's an item or a topic, I start at the same height. Just for that.
Bold. I have English. And then the equivalent in
Yeah, that's the same.
the tells a flat for a while, for some months. Then I see that it's always the same pattern repeating, or different patterns, and that's it.
And to this day, I didn't lock any more the sleep.
So I was not getting any new information, so I stopped. And up to today, I have continued, and I'm pretty sure I will never do.
I will never do. At least that's true.
Unless I have some sleep issues
Hopefully I don't.
in the future. By the way, I'm kind of surprised it took me so long until the end of the video. Look at my previous selves. I'm still...
Yeah, I remember what I was going to say. And this is still true 1 year later. Same headphones, same glasses.
using the same headphones. Oh my god! At the very least 4 years of those headphones.
5 now.
So ironic. And the same glasses, by the way. Which back...
My prescription didn't increase at all, by the way, in those 5 years.
Back in the day, in 2020, they were kind of recent, those glasses.
I know there's an article about Wozniak, about the prescription thing and so on. I cannot do this, so most of the time, when I use incremental reading, SuperMemo, or my computer, I don't wear glasses. I do this for the desktop only, not from the laptop. Meaning the laptop is just enough to be within my range. And the desktop, the opposite, is just a few centimeters away that is enough that I don't see it blurry, but I have to make an effort, and this long term creates brain headache and so on. It's just enough that is beyond my threshold. But usually I don't wear glasses when I am home. Even if I need to cook or whatever, I don't wear them most of the time.
So, well, the point I just made still is true, and this even gets stronger because of the course of knowledge. Now that I am even more than my previous self, my fluent self. Now I see that if today I will learn this what I did in the video, which was about 2 hour long session, I will do it in 10 minutes.
Now I remember that. Didn't get where I was leading to. Oh my god. Yep, and that is even more now, not for me, but for you. If you follow the SuperMemo course I did, even if you only do the fluency cycle, you'll do even quicker than I did. So when I see now, oh wow, this took me 2 hours and can be done in 10 minutes, right? You can do what I did in 40 hours in a few hours. Super compressed. Or if you do that entire fluency cycle with the same amount of time, 40, 50, if you want to see everything, you don't skip or you don't speed up the playback speed, which is kind of low pacing. With the same time than I did, you will go miles further than I did with the same time span. I'm referring to the real time, not the natural time that happened. Oh, 3 months, 1 month. No, it's how many hours you put. 50 hours. If you put 2 hours a day, it's 25 days. If you put 1, it's 50 days. If you put less, you will get a few months. And if you do 5 hours a day, it will just be a week and a half. More or less to convey the idea that it's not the natural days you need to, but the amount of time to put on.
So simple. But now it's because it has been like automated. It's been ingrained. I don't have to think this and that. So I think that become even stronger than before. That took me 40 hours overall to understand.
That's why I can still calibrate, because even for me now, everything is second nature. I still have tutoring that lets me keep in touch with newbies. That I know, even if I don't feel it now, I know through other people, a reminder through other people, that this is hard to understand, or it takes a while, not to understand it, but to get it in the routine, let's say. In 5 minutes, I can understand that, how prioritize works and so on. But to get the habit of prioritizing, this takes time, as one example.
The basics and the flow and so on. Oh my god, now I have a really hard time. So back then, my fluent self had a hard time believing my newbie self. But now, that's even greater. I still have a greater time believing myself.
Tougher time.
But now even my fluent self, I perceive it as a noob. That, bro, you're still slow. It takes you a lot of time to realize all of those things and to acquire the skills.
That's the beauty of having the recording, at least for the noob self. And is, let's say something about templates. Oh, it's this and that, pam pam. And I need half an hour to do that. It's incredible. How I needed half an hour to do that, when it's just 10 seconds, once you know what to do.
It's not that I'm dismissing myself. Is that, you have to create your concept maps and so on. So this takes a while. There's no other way. Incremental is the way.
Incremental is for the win.
There. But when you look in retrospective, it doesn't feel like much. And at the end of the day, incremental reading is not that much. It's not about what you learn.
Exactly, and I still do agree. I didn't change my opinion. So most of the, at the end of the day, most of the SuperMemo course, the procedural guide to SuperMemo, is for the tool set. It's for the toolkit, not for the method. And basically, the noob, fluent, and master, there's like a huge dimension every time that like you cannot even compare. each other, but this latest iteration from a master to completionist, since everything is the missing returns, there's not much difference in this aspect. Because yeah, I could list perhaps more than 100 things that I learned from the toolkit from SuperMemo. Just yesterday, the beauty of recording this incrementally, and now I can tell you something I couldn't at the start of the video. I celebrated the 38th anniversary of SuperMemo. So I asked to Wozniak, hey, how I can import XML from XML file, but have the videos. Because I don't want to import videos from YouTube one by one, because I want to do this for my course. There are more than 800. But I also want to include everything I have. The C also, that is not part of the course. I want to have everything in SuperMemo as a collection. So I will add my notes, my flashcards, and so on. So everything is comprehensive, right? It will be super tedious to do this import by the browser every time, one by one, and so on. It's, hey, I can import this through XML. And I ask Wozniak because that doesn't work. It happens to be that is possible. It's just a very weird syntax. You cannot deduce that syntax at all within the XML. It's not, and it doesn't follow any standard, so it's arbitrary, that syntax, and it's not documented. So that means that I still can learn a few things, but are diminishing returns. So the use case of this is just massive importing a massive ton of videos from YouTube through XML, meaning that I use some script. Now that I have in my Notion, if you know, I have my list with IDs or links, so I can programmatically generate this to keep the structure. Oh, that's the first section, is the first course, the first cycle, first section, first video, second video, pam. So I have all of the hierarchy. This is one example. That yeah, and with this I can tell you 100 other examples that I learned that my master self didn't know, but it changes much how I use SuperMemo every day, or my overall flow of incremental reading. No. In this case, only to create a collection, and just as a convenience, so I don't import manually every single time. Nothing other than that. That's why, yes, I'm more knowledgeable than this guy on the left, but it's not like, oh, it's like the next step and so on. It's so diminishing returns that, oh yeah, Completionist. I have the full collection. I finished the collection. It's the only difference, basically. Very, it's not, let's say, worth it, in this sense. In the amount of time you put on versus what you gain, it's the worst ratio.
It's what you have to unlearn. All of the misconceptions, mental models.
Oh, good touch. Now this, now, I didn't thought of this, but if I compare now to my master self, I think I didn't had to unlearn anything. It's just some features of the toolkit, so from the flow and so on, it just perhaps the intensity of something. For instance, some biases that, okay, I was aware of them, I was again minimizing the effects of this. Perhaps now I can appreciate more the depth of those biases. I will have a dedicated video about biases in incremental reading. So now I can see that, oh, wow, it's deeper than I thought before. But that doesn't change anything, because what I can do only is the same thing I was doing before as the master self. So I have perhaps an increase in awareness, in the depth of the awareness, but that doesn't translate in having more solutions. Yeah.
And even the cognitive dissonance you have to face.
Yep.
When you truly understand what incremental reading is.
I could say now that I'm incentivized to the cognitive dissonance, because in incremental reading it happens that often that is, hey, here you go once again, here you go once again, here you go once again. So then it's not a big deal. It's routine. realizing I believed a stupid idea before is how I could believe that thing. Oh my God, I feel terrified. I feel very, very bad to acknowledge that. It's my jam. It happens almost every day. That means means the opposite. That means growth, and growth in belief system. That's very ingrained. It's very low level in the conscious. In the brain. So this is an absolute win. An absolute win. It's like at some degree it changes my personality in the sense that, hey, I'm going to reject all of this systematically because I know it's not healthy and so on, but also because it's effortless now. It's not that, oh, I enjoy this and oh my God, I'm not going to eat it even though I like it and so on. Nope, it doesn't. It really don't. And the only things I did is a change in my belief system. And sometimes I went back. So I like the switch. So I changed A to B, and from B I went back to A, but with more knowledge than before. I'm not going to say particular specifics because it would be too long, but no worries. I will take this in another video because everything I already thought I had is documented related to incremental reading and SuperMemo. That means that even if it's in the Completionist, at least it's listed there.
Yes. Which is not reading incrementally. It's much more than that. So that's the first video.
A lifestyle.
The session with Rush. Let's see how this continues.
Oh my God, I'm still in the first session. Wow. That's why when you finish the video on YouTube, you have like the recommender.
Yes. Okay, something obvious. I will also mention something that is not that related.
Now that I see the change, something that has changed, and now is proof. I see the 4 cells on the screen. My noob self is what? Sitting on a chair with no chroma key. Then my fluent self is still sitting on a chair. I actually changed 90 degrees in the room, so I could use a chroma key basically. No other purpose than that. But it was still sitting. My master self, most of the time, was sitting on the floor, and at some point this year, standing up, like I'm doing now. I don't know if you can tell, I'm not in a chair. So this is what changed. I don't know if you could tell by the videos I have on YouTube, the regular videos. When I transitioned, or you can tell that, oh, he's sitting on the ground, on the floor, or is he standing up. This is what has changed. And I must say, what works best for recording is standing up. No, but big time. But not for usage. For my own usage, I prefer sitting on the floor. I don't know why. But I had this observation, and I like the freedom I have, the range of movement. Sometimes you will see that I oscillate like this, perhaps too far away from the microphone, that I need to increase the volume via editing, or lower it when I come back to the microphone like this. But you get what I mean. It's a lot better. It's like I have more blood flow. I don't know how to call it, how to express it. And those changes, that is an example of what I have said just before. An example of decisions I take based on knowledge. Before, I was not even contemplating sitting on the floor or standing up when I was the noob, the one you see on my right side.
Related to SuperMemo, but there's a reason for that. First, it's ironic that I had like this logo that I made with my name.
It's hard to see, but yeah, it's pleasurable learning with my name.
Full name.
Yeah.
But I just call it pleasurable learning. There's no pleasurable learning SuperMemo on the logo.
This hasn't changed. What happens is that I'm still ongoing. I said, hey, I'm going to move from SuperMemo. Let me drop SuperMemo from the title, and then let me finish the course, and I will move on. It just happened that there are hundreds of hours, and it's taking forever, more than 1.5 years, because I do everything alone, basically, and on my free time, because I don't get much support, so I still work something else to get an income. On top of my full time, I do something else, like without paying taxes. That is very 1 hour here and there, one project here and there, so I get extra money. So apart from the tutoring, imagine I work every single day of the week. I work. Even the days off I have on my full-time job means I will spend more time on SuperMemo or anything else. I don't rest. The last day off I had was in May, and now it's December. So it has been half a year that it's every day. It's a grind. What I want to say? Shit, now I forgot. Let me rewind.
There is no pleasurable learning.
Yeah, SuperMemo. So, because of my limited time availability, and because I have to do something else, because I cannot pay the bills, let's say, to simplify, I have to do something else to pay the bills, and once I do the minimum, then I can do SuperMemo, because I don't get almost anything back. It's pocket money. That means that if I had some support, even if it's partial, I cannot do full time, I will do it quicker. Because that means it's time I will invest in SuperMemo course, more even, that I'm not working something else, a commission on that or whatever. So I will do this. I cannot do more because in the last month, I already sacrificed all of my SuperMemo usage. I haven't done any genuine repetition this month. And we are, at the time of the recording, 13. Oh my god, it's just SuperMemo anniversary. Yeah. So it's 13. I used SuperMemo every single day through tutoring or recording videos or editing, but not for my own usage. Because I want to finish off the cycle, the fluency cycle. I re-recorded the first section entirely because it became obsolete. And I still did, not that I finished, I realized I can do some changes. That something is too specific, let me move it to the mastery. Now that it's by cycles, the first two are and I edit those. Those are taking more time. And then the next will be just putting them together, edit the intro and outro every time, put the section as a whole video and release it. I have to do this by those weeks that are those 2 weeks that are left in this year. And then next year, I will continue with the mastery, recording new videos. Again, no breaks. I said I needed breaks, but I cannot afford that. Well, I'll do other stuff, so it's complicated.
SuperMemo on the logo. Ironic, right? Which now it's pleasurable learning once again, because I will be including more stuff that is not SuperMemo.
It will be true in this year, in the next year, 2026. Everything I do in SuperMemo will be unlisted. You're not going to see this through YouTube, and only the latest videos, the final videos of the course, will be public. So you're only going to see those videos. Everything else uploaded in my channel would be only SuperMemo 20, whatever is due, that will be scarce, or non-SuperMemo specific.
Won't be exclusive to the topic of SuperMemo anymore. And I always used my translated name, William Palas.
Not anymore.
Which from now on, I will use my real name, Guillem Palau. And Salva, because in Spain you inherit both surnames.
You inherit surnames, first name, the surnames of your father and then your mother. But let me tell you, my name is not Spanish, it's Catalan. It's a regional language within Spain. There are others, it's not the only one, but follows the same convention. But that's why sometimes it's, you're from Spain, but your name is not Spanish. Because, yeah, it's not Spanish, it's Catalan.
Your father and your mother, not just the first. like the English-speaking countries.
Yep.
Okay, this collection is from my Fluent self.
Yeah. You can tell that I was investing so much time in making it pretty, with even the inline styling to get the boxes. Oh my god! Even though I will do it, I will share a collection, my own collection for my shortcuts. I have more than that, 150. Oh my god! I have more than 400 now. It's been a while because I think last year, perhaps I modified one or two items there. And I could make it pretty because it will be a shared collection. And since I will pay wallet, is the intention is to pay wallet, so more reason to make it pretty or to have different versions, the plain text or the one that is pretty. But good to know that now I'm not used to have images. It's been a while. Background images. Oh my god.
Not the newbie self. So still then, I was using templates, especially cosmetic.
Yeah, so remember, this movement mirrored is my Fluent self. Okay.
That it was not changing the amount of components or stuff like this.
At least I can also see, and that's not what I'm speaking about, that I could have created topics preemptively. I created concepts preemptively. Heuristics, 1. Cognition, just 1. And I was using English. Look at that active concept. Language English, PH, phonetics, I don't know.
And I was even doing some scripting so I could generate CSS within the HTML. So here I was still not using plain text for my items, which I did.
I did for a very long time, for many years. Now I don't. But not because I don't want to. It's because of to supersede my convention of minimum templates principle, blah blah blah. Because now I use language learning, I require HTML. And therefore I don't want to have a specific template for just incremental reading elements, items that become plain text. And since most are old, they are plain text already, so I don't see the close relation with the style and so on. They almost look the same. The only difference is slightly the cosmetic of the background, that you see the square of the component for most of my items anyways. But I cannot say I use plain text anymore, even though 90% of the items, they look like plain text.
I think in 2022, and I still do it. But on top of that,
yeah, so I don't do any bolding, anything. Yeah, but for language I do.
I don't use any cosmetics. All of my templates are a plain color. And now,
that's actually still true. The background color, the background is always colors. I actually inferred that 2 minutes ago, that I don't use background images at all. So I use gray, green, and blue, and yellow, and purple. I think that's all of the, and white, by default. That's all of the colors I use.
2024, my master self, I only use one single template for items, and one for topics.
For incremental reading, that's
no color, no styling. For topics, yes, HTML, so I can have the links and so on, but not for items. So I used, upon recommendation of Raj, the article parser from Xander.
Now built-in.
User of SuperMemo and a community member. But then I stopped using it
not anymore,
because I realized that some text, and especially some images, were stripped down sometimes. And I couldn't find out what was the actual cause or the...
Yeah, I will bypass this. So basically this is already documented. That strips this down. In SuperMemo 19, this is built in. So when you use the new importer with Shift F8, and you click on parse HTML, it's the article parser.
How to learn. He's no longer a SuperMemo user. He moved to Obsidian. Okay, that's well. It's not the same case, I think. No, I'm not sure because it's a matter of how to learn the incremental writing. Okay, even though now SuperMemo 19, what it has a new feature. So you see here, the mode, you have HTML,
I'm sorry, I didn't remember that was already when I was a master. Okay.
YouTube. No, or tedious to do every time. You know, I read all of the entire Wikipedia. Sorry,
SuperMemopedia is what I meant. And not just SuperMemopedia, but the SuperMemo documentation and all of that.
SuperMemo documentation from their wikis. And every time I wanted a screenshot, especially if I had a graph, I had to go there manually and copy and paste
This has been solved, yeah.
because you get only the thumbs applies. Okay, so here are the stats of my Fluent self.
Before I play myself, 89,000 elements already? In just 260 days? Yeah, because then I pruned a lot of my collection. I wanted to keep it very tiny, quotation marks. And then now that I do incremental, now that I do language learning, is again massive. Huh. Good retention rate. The speed was crazy high, was at the beginning. 17,000 reps only. So there was no language learning there. Or just what I was trying at the very beginning.
So my collection is not even a year.
Oh.
So I thought my Fluent self was even older than I expected. I would even guess a year. Not even that. I look at the memorized items per day, 44.
That means I have spent 265 days using SuperMemo virtually every single day. More than 200 days, that's guaranteed. And I have used it for hours. And I have read the documentation big time. So a great deal of what I did is about SuperMemo itself in the part of incremental reading. And even that will be, I don't know, 3 months or whatever. I was still a Fluent. By no means I will master. So if you follow the course, the Replaceable Guide to SuperMemo, you could achieve more or less what this guy knows, this Fluent guy, in much faster. Not in natural time, but especially in the time invested, like 10% of what I did, and you will go beyond.
Per day. Now I have 5. Look at the total number of elements. Almost 90,000. Now I have 6,000 something.
60, I meant.
Because
60,000.
I don't do language learning. But look at the retention rate. Oh my god.
Now it's below 95, but because I also do language learning.
And I only did 17,300 reps. And now...
Finally, that is what I was waiting for. Still dark mode. I think it was very, very close to the end of dark mode, the recording of this video.
Back up. I have 169,000.
And now how many do I have? I don't pay attention to this, to be honest. I will need to add more because the backup is not up to date. But not many. Because I have used SuperMemo so little, that's why I don't restore from my backup. 181,000. So only 20,000 more repetitions. But also take into mind that I merge collections. And when you merge collections, some stats, like this one, rep count, doesn't update. So even though you import the repetitions, it doesn't log. So I know I have more repetitions than that.
That's such a change.
I just don't care.
Oh, exactly 6,100 items.
But now I have 90,000 memorized items.
But the point is that I'm getting more value. So even if I have less items, the quality of the items are
Fewer items, no less items. It's countable.
a lot higher. And the applicability of those items is also higher.
Yep.
So not because I have more items means I know more
Exactly. I have more items because image collections, and especially language learning, is very intense. You have a lot for just knowing how to use some expressions. You already create a lot of flashcards. But for incremental reading, is more not intense, dense. And that's the thing. In incremental reading, I quite prune quite a lot. So if I could have those stats in SuperMemo, it cannot be done. But I could backtrack the history anytime. I could see more or less the number of elements, items I had from whatever period, and then those, how they evolve in my collection, without discarding the new stuff. Let's say you have that subset of 1000. That is whatever knowledge there is. Then this goes to the future and so on. I will reduce that to perhaps 900, and I will be more knowledgeable. Meaning that with 900 flashcards, I encapsulate more knowledge than with 1000 before. And that's a good thing. I have done more iterations, I have acquired more knowledge, I crystallized, and I can do better flashcards. Or with the flashcards, even with redundancy, I don't need those details because now are obsolete or are a given. Are redundant. But not redundant in the sense that is wanted redundancy because it's a different perspective, through an analogy, using jargon now and whatever. No, it's not that case. That's why. And because I did one experiment as well of using AI, at that time was ChatGPT 3.5 and some other model I used, and the quality was subpar. Yeah, kind of, but now without the context and bypassing the step of creating the flashcard, I'm deleting those or making my own. So the flashcard I have versus the flashcard I got from AI is like a different flashcard. So the message is this: the quantity is flashcards just means volume of your collection, how long it will take to back up, whatever, and for humans a vanity metric, nothing else than that.
Or it will be much useful, that knowledge. That doesn't, it's not a correct.
But it's because knowledge is very hard to measure. So how I can tell you that this guy knows more than this guy from the left? I can tell you the attention rate, but the collections are different. The number of elements, memorized items. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I know more. I did more flashcards, that's about it. It doesn't translate more, right?
At all. That's the example I meant. So you have the incremental loading manual, and the images were not downloading. A stack at 0% with the thumb was back. Oh my god. So if you watch this in 2020,
now I have a bias. Sometimes I don't realize that until someone mentions this on the community. Why? There's a very easy reason. I don't import from SuperMemo web pages anymore. The only place I can do is from Guru, the new articles that are being published in the Guru. Why? Because I have read everything. Everything is in my collection already, or has been processed. So I have no reason to import it. That's why I don't import that from the SuperMemo websites. I don't have a chance to experience bugs or stop working or whatever. One of the side effects.
With SuperMemo 19, now at least you know that before it.
And it has been a pity because SuperMemo 19 introduced custom parsers from SuperMemopedia, the help, every single one from SuperMemo. And man, I have imported everything just before those. So it looked more like crap when it was imported. With the menus and all that, oh my god, I'm too late for this. But good that they care about that for new users.
More painful to go through the documentation. Yeah, this stays true. What my Fluent self says almost 3 years ago stays true. I don't use tasks.
But before, hold that thought. Look at this. This is the split I did what I mentioned previously in this video, because Raj told me to do that, which is one of the things that, in this case, I don't agree. Look, everything is flat, but look at this. Myths. Actually, I have these prepared already, the slideshows of the myths. Not just those that are here, but even more. My comprehensive list, and distributed differently. But it's funny that I see it was there. So, it is, what I meant to say, is that here, ego is still unprocessed, my fluent self still didn't read that. 260 days in, still I was reading the documentation, the article I imported at day 1, I was still reading that. Because neural review, that is what you do at the latest. Spread activation, and then means and so on. But what I wanted to say is that I didn't process that, then my master self and whatever mastered that, and now I'm doing the opposite. I'm doing output of this, not the input. So it's fascinating seeing myself. It's a pity didn't record that every single session I did, and now I could react of me struggling to understand the theory and the myths and so on. It's like some kind of tutoring myself in the past, what I will tell myself. Such a pity I didn't record myself
Anymore in SuperMemo. I learned how to do them. I had several tasks.
Yeah, I'm not going to use tasks in SuperMemo at all. The only reason I will do is for the sake of the possible guide to SuperMemo, the advanced levels, the mastery and so on. Nothing else for that. I use task management, for sure. Every day, for sure. Not in SuperMemo.
Task list at the same time, but I use Notion for that now. Yeah, that's an example of a setting I never changed since last time when I recorded this video.
In my Fluent cycle, in the course of fluency cycle, did I ever tell you about the translation or the phonetic transcription? Could be when I presented, hey, there are 19 registries. Translation and phonetic transcription are registries. By the way, phonetic transcription is the only pair. They are both sides of the coin of the same registry. And sometimes like this is, come on, 8 components. It's disabled, so I cannot change anything, like the components. Why do you put this here, put this here, if the user cannot change anything in a setting? Beyond me.
I haven't used this since the last time I recorded that. When I recorded that, my Fluent self, I haven't used this for real since then.
Same, only for videos.
You want useless. So with SuperMemo, you don't have a spell check.
What I remembered with the glossary, I remembered it has a special syntax in the wiki, the glossary, and it's because I added some entry and I modified some of them. Nice. And I think I will do more from now on. Since I will be linking my own videos, the atomic videos, in the documentation, not in the glossary, but in many places, then I could also modify, because now I'm knowledgeable of the wholes. So once this is covered in a course, I will be able first to put it, because it's not even mentioned sometimes, or if it's mentioned, hey, here you have the video for it.
There's a feature to use the spell checker of Microsoft Word.
Yep.
But that's not a feature I can use. And yeah,
basically I don't care. So I know my collection is filled with typos. The limitation is that when sometimes I search, I don't find it because the typo is different. And with SuperMemo, you're gonna do fuzziness. Has to be dead on the same spelling. That's why I only care when I do titles. So when I do select and do Ctrl-Alt-Q to be the title, then I pay attention to the spelling. Only in that case, because I want then to go there by search. But the content, I couldn't care less.
Since I don't have a correct...
That's why some typos, even in some videos of mine, persisted for more than a year. Until someone says, hey, there's a typo in the title.
Spell corrector. What I noticed across time that yeah, I do typos here and there. There are always typos.
And I will appreciate because, for instance, I use Grammarly with Notion, for instance, but I cannot use Grammarly in SuperMemo. It doesn't trigger. It will be nice. A good touch. So if SuperMemo 20 changes the thing, how it renders HTML, and I can use Grammarly on top of that, it will be appreciated.
But the typos is not because I don't know how to spell it right, but because it goes.
Sometimes it's this. For instance, I remember this week that happens with something similar to acquaintance. Wait, I can tell you by my history, my search history. One sec. That's what I typed. How you say maintenance? How you spell maintenance? That is a true mistake, a true misspelling. I don't know how to spell it right. But other than that, is just a keyboard. That is one key before the other, or is the key next to it, or stuff like this. That you even recognize the pattern of the typo. That it happens quite often. And sometimes the typo is that it is a word that doesn't exist, so it's clearly a typo. Sometimes, and when I do correct the typo, is when it happens that it's another word that exists and could be misinterpreted. Nice. And if I do the mistake, the misspelling, what I will do now is to create a spelling item to remember how to spell maintenance.
During the sequence of the key presses. If it happens that I don't know how to spell it, and I spot, hey, that's actually a mistake, I will create a flashcard so I remember the spelling. But yeah, there are many typos in my collection. That no longer stays true. I would even say the opposite. Now, sometimes I only recall a word in English, and I have to use a translator that, how you say this in Spanish or Catalan.
Same thing, now it's become a habit that sometimes my girlfriend, now fiancé, by the way, makes fun of me. That, why you say that word in English? Like you're pretending to be a snob. He says, no, it's because I'm struggling and I don't want you to wait 10 seconds until I record a word. So I just say it in English. And just this week it happened once again that I was with a call with someone, business thing. Usually here people are bilingual, right? But sometimes if they don't know you, they default to Spanish. So we were speaking Spanish, and then I realized, oh wow, I know how to say that because it's something in the legalese, let's say. That, I don't know the term in Spanish, right? But because I know it in English, and actually after saying that, I have said it in English, but I think that guy had no clue about that word in English, and he switched back to Catalan. So what he meant and what he understood is that, hey, I don't know this word in Spanish because I know it in Catalan, the original language. But no, neither in the language, I only know it in English. So imagine this. And also, for instance, in healthcare, when I go to a public system, it's likely that the administrative staff speak Catalan. The nursing also speaks. The nurses mostly speak Catalan, but not the doctors, because most of the doctors are from South America and so on. Long story short, I'm not going to explain why. Therefore, they don't know Catalan at all, right? But when you go there, is hey, I have to say it in Catalan first, and it's oh wow, how I do say this? I never said that in the last decade in my life. Sometimes I still do recall, it's my native language, but sometimes it's I will get there, but I need quite a lot of time. The recall time is not quick enough for day-to-day speech. And it was funny because this April, so after the mastery guy, I had something, let's say, more severe. So I was like on the verge of passing out, right? Therefore, my brain was in a very high load, So it defaults to what comes first. So I was mostly speaking in English. Uh, and then I was trying my best to recall in Spanish, but I had so hard time just, all my power and attention was just to stay awake, to not pass out. I do remember the few things I do remember. First, they thought I was on drugs, basically, but it was because of severe pain. And then that shit, I cannot answer you. I feel like a foreigner. That it is a really hard time me now to speak in Spanish or Catalan because my brain defaults to English. And now I'm on the verge of passing out. I cannot speak in Spanish. Sorry, I don't remember what they said, but what my fiance told me is that most of what they said they had no clue. They didn't understand me. Yeah. And it's both, as what I will say, I think I remember. It's because I default to English, all of the learning I do is through English. My daily job for a few years, since my fluent self didn't. But then I got a job that is English. So I learn in English only. I watch TV show, whatever I watch mostly, it's in English. And it's in a language I don't speak, the subtitles will be in English. Job in English. The community is in English. Yes. The input I have of Spanish is just with my fiancé, some friends, and that's pretty much it. And with Catalan, because where I live, it's in a neighbor of immigrants. They don't speak Catalan at all. So the chances I have to speak my language is with family and two friends. And sometimes it's just written. It's not even spoken. And what they always do is the same subset, right? The common language. Not the medical language. It's how you say this symptom now in my language. I haven't said it in 10 years. I don't recall now.
Both my native languages. That word. The third day was kind of short.
Okay, third day.
And the average time was 7 seconds, which is kind of high. Because at this point,
Kind of high, depending on what you mean. For language learning, yes, it's high. But for incremental reading, 7 seconds is quite fast.
I was not doing, and repetitions per item and per topic, this has changed, obviously. So now I have more than 4 reps per average for every single item. And 1.6 per topics. It's not that high because I'm a heavy extractor. So therefore, most
I'm still a heavy extractor, yeah.
of what I extract is 1 repetition away to create the close deletion.
On top of that, I realized that this metric of is not that useful. Because depends how you use SuperMemo, the last repetition is not counted. So if you're a heavy extractor and you only do 1 repetition, that is not going to be locked because you apply done. So the repetition that is locked is applying done. The average is not telling much. Because if I do nothing, 1 repetition. If I do something, but once, 1 repetition anyways. Just not the automated one. Doesn't tell me much, this number.
And if I do the second repetition, what will happen? That I will apply done. So that repetition won't be counted anyways.
Exactly.
Oh,
So as a heavy extractor, this metric becomes close to useless because it will be very close to 1 always.
my God. I almost forgot. I used to use pink color for close deletion in Anki.
I remember that, yeah. Now it's time. So now I still remember I use this color, but it's not in great already. So now when I see actually black, it's a close deletion.
For many, many years. Because it was a lot easier for the color contrast over black than the aqua or the blue color. Wow.
And I don't do dark mode anymore That's why now I can use black. Before I couldn't, because black over black is nothing.
Wow. It's not that I forgot. I haven't had this present in my memory for a long time. Yeah, it was pink. And if you watch my Noob itself, I was wearing pink as well.
I still have this T-shirt. I don't wear it anymore because I have gained weight and it doesn't fit me. No other reason for that.
The shirt.
No other reason than that.
Wow.
That's the logo before that I was hiding. My self was occluding. And this is what I tried to do, like an insertion. Unlocking your LAN drive. That was the slogan. Nice. So more or less try to sell my Patreon, which it was an utter failure. So then I just stopped doing it. Could be the case that if you haven't watched videos that are now unlisted, there will be just perhaps 10 videos available that they have this in my channel. So perhaps you have never seen it.
Wow! I also forgot I did this intermission in my videos
intermission,
at some point because I lost my job in the academia because of the COVID and so on. So then let me get some income from this if I could. And I had the...
So speaking, yes, I got some income. About 200 euros per year. So divide this into 12 and you get the monthly. 17 a month, something like that, I don't know.
Twitter, which I was never active at the end of the day.
That has changed. What has changed with the master and the Completionist? Now I'm active in Twitter, X, and I use a different account. This account still exists, Guillem Rodner. I just don't use it. I use my own. It's Guillem Palau S. S for my second name, surname, and because Guillem Palau was taken already. I think even by myself. On one of those accounts that I created a decade ago and I couldn't get access to.
I also wanted to do...
And I'm active every single week I tweet. Not every day, but very, very often. And something meaningful. It's not just a meme or whatever.
To stream my sessions, which I did like 3 times.
Exactly. That was not the thing, so I didn't stream live. It could have been nice, like what I said before, that, when I was doing the meets and so on, doing this in documentation for the first time as a learner, now that I'm doing the opposite as a, don't want to say teacher, but let's leave it at that, teaching, it will have been available. And I'm going to do it, but not what I do personally, but the SuperMemo in action. Like, hey, let me do a course about coding, how to code with incremental reading, or processing a book, and so on. So, concrete examples, not the entire genuine session I do, that it will be too many things at once, it will be too chaotic to have a learning outcome out of that.
And that's it. And I still, even today, I still have those links in my YouTube videos because that's a setting in my channel. That this is pre-appended every time. I don't write it down myself.
Still true.
And I have a Patreon that, yes, it's a still app. It's a still app, but I think there are only 2 people for $1 or $2.
Now there are, I get, I think, $7. Let me actually check. Sorry. €6. 2 paid members. So even years and years after that, I'm on the same page. 2 paid people. What happens now, there's a free tier, so there are 22 people on the free tier. But I got some money from Luke Avedon and Paulo Baskovic, most recently. This has changed. I just moved on from that. Just too much work. I needed to choose. Since the other will not provide me money at all, even though I thought this will provide me some money, which it has been 200 a year. Once I have stability, then I will afford doing the second goal, that is to fight the coercion in the school systems and all of this. But first I need to survive myself.
Not just pleasurable learning. Because the intention now is to do the SuperMemo course, so that will be more for profit, even though the profit will be close to none. Not even sure if I will even. I'm not even sure it will be enough to break even the amount of hours
No, not anytime, not even remotely close.
We'll put on the project. Yeah, it has also changed that since the very beginning I had the knowledge tree on my left.
Yep.
Instead of my right side, where the stats are more or less. And it has been true for my newbie self and for my fluent self.
But the master and the completionist self, always on the left side.
But not for the master self, the current, let's say. That look.
Sorry. So, I mean, if I use the contents window, it will be on the left side. Yeah. What about the master itself is going to say is that now I don't rely as much, and I rely on the ancestors window. And you can see my fluent self is not using the ancestors window at all. It's not present. So it stays true that if I use it, it's on the left, but it's not true that it's always present in my screen.
No knowledge tree anymore. I use the ancestors window, and as you can see, my newbie self is not using the ancestors window at all, which makes sense. Usually this comes later. Oh my god, now I should bite my tongue, because 1 minute after the later in the video, I do use the ancestors. Oh my god. But even though I haven't had the...
Once again, the same
habit to take a peek in the ancestors.
That's true.
Cool. That's everything for the fourth ancestors.
Look at the precision rate from the high 90s to 87. I was doing pending. That means it's when I was importing Japanese or Korean just to learn how to import in SuperMemo. All of that was deleted right after, so I didn't keep any of those items.
Cool. That's everything for the fourth video. Let's go dig into the fifth.
Now it's quicker because look at the videos are 3 minutes, 4 minutes long, and then in the deleted footage I only specify a few points. So
yeah, good point. And it's so ironic because most of the time I use SuperMemo, I use SuperMemo without glasses. You may ask why? Because I use the laptop.
I already mentioned that, so I'm not going to repeat it, but look at my fluent self, it's wearing no glasses. If I will record myself using the laptop, you will see me without glasses.
And I position the laptop within my threshold. But I need the glasses. Glasses for the computer. It's picture import. One of the examples that, yeah, I use this feature for the sake of learning how to use it, but I never use it in real life.
I think it's now not even possible to do this from Edge or Chrome. Not in the same level, so in the same feature. So you can, I think, populate one in the current element. I think this is still possible, but not this as a collage. The option in the menu just doesn't exist.
I think that was just YouTube. Not many full use of this feature at all.
Unless you want to import, I mean, it doesn't make sense for me, because it's like creating one step in between that is not necessary. But I know that Wozniak has this flow, or had this flow.
Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Tell me the odds. So recently, what I did, which I have a video pending for this, is that I do a subset of my longest interval, so the topics that have the longest intervals. Let's see what was sent to oblivion that I will never see again, because the interval is above 1,000 days. So regardless of the priority, if it's 20 or 50 or 70, I won't see that again. And one of the topics that I invested time was cognitive inertia. And yeah, I noticed that it was imported in August 2020. And I remembered, hey,
This collection started in August 12. That is dead the next day. So not the first day, but the second day of the collection.
wait, this is when I started the YouTube channel, more or less. I don't know the specific date, the day, but I remember
The next
the
day.
month. And here it is. It's one of the funny things that when you learn in public, this is on record.
Yep.
Wow. So I'm watching the video when I watched the video when I imported this.
And on top of that, now I'm watching myself, watching how I import that in the past to add more another endogamic layer.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. And by the way, reason I wanted to pause the video is
Yeah.
because it took me about 10 hours to change the theme. The skin.
Okay, not that I needed 10 hours to do it. So when I do it, it was just a few seconds, obviously. What I meant is that I haven't had the need or the desire to change it until 10 hours in SuperMemo.
Of SuperMemo. Which is not the one I use, but it's better already. Okay, so that was all. So let's continue with the 6th day, or session, I should say. That this is short. Okay, so what's happening now? As I see my newbie self,
That's the ABC collection still. Okay.
is that look at the position of the question.
My collection, now that it's 250,000 elements, is still the original ABC. In fact. That I deleted all of the contents that originally and so on, but was from the ABC collection.
And the answer, they are too far away. So, and I was using this very same.
The opposite of what I told you before. I don't know how long, perhaps an hour ago, in the footage. For me, it was yesterday. For me, it was the previous day of recording. That first I had pictures, then question and answer very at the bottom. Yeah, that was short-lived. It's just because I want to start, always my eyes goes to the same place, regardless of the element type. This has overwritten the layout. Because of A/B testing. In order to do that, I had to do A/B testing for quite a few months. And then, okay, let's do it. And since I prepare how to do it, I do it in a way that it's easy to overrule. Meaning that if, for whatever reason, I suspect my hypothesis is B, but then with my usage is, oh shoot, it's B instead, against my hypothesis, then I can still have a trick that I can change the template right away, so I can get off those precise elements and apply the template in bulk. Via template already, via common, via something convention, but I can cherry pick the ones that they need to be done in case I need to overrule it. Because could be the case that I do A/B testing and then, okay, now I need to change all of those, the half of what I did. Yeah, how do I select them?
Device. It's the same screen. The monitor is the same. Even the machine, everything is still the same.
And today, yeah, not just the earphones and the glasses, the microphone, the computer, everything remains the same. And it's ironic because in 2 months I will go to a different apartment. So not for long, everything will be the same. But the computer will be the same, all of that the same.
The computer is like 12 or 13 years old.
Yep.
Now, my template. Remember, I have a video on that quite recently. That I have first the images and then the text. So therefore, the the question is in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, what I
right?
said, yeah.
When,
Let me skip
now
this.
it's like, hey, I'm contact this muscle farther away. Text. You're gonna appreciate here that by Noob cell.
That would have been more sense because I used to do this in Anki, that regardless of the node type or the template, especially using the phone, it goes to the same place. Sometimes I had larger fonts or more space, white space margin and whatever, but I always went to the same place. So I did this, that regardless of what it is, the language and the font I need to use, it's always on the same height. But in SuperMemo, that's not required at the same degree.
Of that, I don't have the references because for whatever reason, are only shown when it's an HTML component, not a text component.
To be precise, I do have the references. It's that they are not shown because by design, with plain text components, they are not shown, but they are there.
You're gonna still check those,
Yep.
but that's not present on your face every single time, which I appreciate, by the way.
What I do, I'm pretty sure my master self already did this. What it's just not mentioned is that I customize the color. So instead of pink, it's just nothing, and the color instead of red, it's gray. So it's a gray or another shade of gray. So it's hard to see. The color contrast is low. So if I am on the laptop with a little stand, I will need to select the text in order to see it, which is what I want. Or I just hover on the icon, and then this will be black over green. It will be black over kind of yellowish, so it's easy to read.
Present on your face every single time, which I appreciate, by the way. Oh, that makes sense. So you can tell here that by Noob self, it still doesn't get incrementalism at this stage. Because first I decide, hey, I'm done. I consider the session as done today. And I will wrap up with doing the notes and so on. So I still have these discrete stages of the learning.
I remember saying
This, then the session, wrap up, do this later. Next time I see, I will start with my notes and so on. Now,
let me see what I'm going to say. Now it's the opposite. I never do a session. I know there are stages, learning stages. I'm always on the outstanding. I could go noodle or do subsets, or very, very rarely to the new material when I added something through XML. Anecdotically, but I have done that. And that's it. I don't have like introduction, development, and ending in any session. Like it was part of the movies or episodes, and I don't have that. Not that it's wrong. It's just it's more incremental. I'm never done.
I don't do this anymore. I don't know how much I do it like this. At least I can guarantee that my Fluent self, the smaller head here speaking, didn't do that already. So now what I do is that I will do it within the topic, the element. So I do it super more atomic and incrementally. And that will be when I do the rep. I don't have to.
That's the key difference. I don't do this preemptively. Is when this shows up on my repetitions, I will take the action and do it. It's a massive difference. Doing preemptively, you discard the priorities, perhaps a standing date and so on. And as a consequence, you neglect the priority protection, you even add more material because doing the subset will create more extras and so on. So long story short, eventually, what you're bypassing, you're making it worse. You're bypassing it because there's a backlog, you're creating a greater backlog. So what they do now is, I will choose a priority, and that will be the action. Then the difference will take over in the future because of the difference in priority. That will be it. Or I will just do the very same element. Let's say this one. What's the difference from all PN and something else, I don't know why it's not there, and that element alone. And on the time of the repetition. Most of the time. Of course, we're simplifying. Could be through a search or whatever, but if it just pops by clicking learn, I will take the action then. And just changing the priority can count as a action already.
Stop. Hey, I'm done for today, and everything on that time. It's good to know, because I will not have realized that I was doing this. So if I had no video, and I will just recalling from memory, I would have never said this.
Don't touch your memory, and either this is like episodic memory at some degree. Like, what have you eaten for breakfast 3 weeks ago? I don't know, because I'm repeating the same stuff very often, right? This kind of thing. So it's good to have the recording, and even though after the fluency I don't, at least I have the milestones, my thoughts, and so on, so I can rediscover this like I'm doing now against my master self. So I have the most salient points, even though I don't have the raw footage. But them still, I'm pretty sure, with the can have a video remaining, I will be encountering something that I completely forgot. I shall have something come to mind that, oh, I remember this, I remember that from this video, and didn't happen yet. It will come, but I'm pretty sure I have completely forgotten some stuff already. That's why, even if it's local, you don't have to share this to the world, like I also do. I had hundreds of videos that I didn't publish ever. Then you will realize that oh, there was a hidden golden nugget here and there.
Yes, that I was using SuperMemo like this to wrap up a SuperMemo session.
What is this?
I'm impressed. Okay, something I noticed a pattern here, that I finished the video super abruptly, so I don't even know when the video is going to finish, because I don't say...
This happened this week. I edited those videos you see in the playlist. That is my Fluent self reacting to my Noob self. So I didn't have the full file in one single video. So what I put them together, and then, okay, let me do what I already had done now for the course. Let me delete the incremental greetings and see incrementally, and adjust with the transition to keep the flow. And it's very, very easy for me to see it even as a video, or even the sound waves, the CU incrementally, this musicality, let's say, has a pattern I already recognize in the software. But no, this is blah, 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 boop. Sometimes even the sentence is not yet finished, and boop, it's like half a second early, the end. It's because I was not that precise. Also, the software I used was not as precise as the DaVinci Resolve that I use now. But it's not obvious when I finish the video. Now you could tell, and even if I don't say, even if I will say, even if I will not say see incrementally, just by my intonation, that, hey, that's like the documentary, you know, the final sentence, the final thought of a documentary, encapsulated in a sentence, that you go down, and just by the how I say the sentence, you know I'm closing, I'm wrapping up. That was not a thing before. Some of those soft skills that you're not even aware you're working on, and you improve. Here you go, one example. I never had a task, a goal, to, hey, let me improve how I wrap up the videos. Something I realized that, oh, this is my Fluent self. That was from a few years ago, and oh my god, I really feel the difference editing this footage.
Hey, see you incrementally, see you later, see you next time, or whatever.
And just adding see incrementally won't do the job anyways, because it's incrementally.
Never. It's just, boom, no transition. Then, 7 day.
Nice.
Yeah. So the YouTube video was super buggy. This computer never actually worked. And it worked in my laptop of back in the day. I no longer have that laptop. And now with SuperMemo 19 also.
This is one example. I did incremental video locally, even for things that were in YouTube, basically. Only for long videos like podcasts or conference, something that is that long, dense, I know I will need repetitions, and it's high priority. Like this. For me, this episode is special about meat eaters, veganism, and so on. I'm not. I usually don't watch these podcasts. That's a Rogan experience. But this created friction. Yes, I developed some flows. Like one of the examples I said in my course for the Completionist is that I had secondary storage for the sake of the video registry members, so they will bypass the Git backup solution. And not only that, they were not backed locally, they were on the cloud. And the registry members were pointing to a file that didn't exist. It was in a virtualized, in a drive, Google Drive, on my computer. But that was on the cloud, and it worked. And that was an exception, it's 3.6 gigabytes. But what I had was kind of low res, so it was below 1 gig. So I will need 3-5 seconds delay, and boom, I will get the entire video working. And it worked, but what happened that, I only have a few videos, and I don't want to interleave this. So what this creates is friction, because instead of just doing learn and learn, no, let me do a subset of almost the entire collection to take off, to filter out those few elements that are for incremental video. So what I did is let me do incremental video via subset, until I did the videos. That's why now, well, it's been a while, but especially now, in December 2025, I actually will record this and share it on my channel to use RemNote for incremental video. Why? Because the incremental everything add-on has been really updated, and to the real, following the real incremental reading paradigm. Well, the intention is this, not just a very superficial implementation. And it's a note-taking app, which for me is a deal breaker. I cannot import the real stuff, the source material, right? But hey, with incremental video, I don't, right? Like in SuperMemo, I will have the video, or if it's YouTube, the link to YouTube, and that's it. Yes, I may trigger AI to have a summary, but it will be my own notes, or the subtitles, if you will, which is copy-pasting. So it will be more or less the same experience. Is, hey, let me try it outside of SuperMemo. And I could have a flow with other apps, only for podcasts and videos. So I can do this outside of SuperMemo. And if I ever create flashcards, I could move this to SuperMemo time to time, once a month, let's say, or to keep them in Anki. So at least I can do this on any place while commuting and whatever. So I can, and this will also allow me to use and be familiar with more apps in the ecosystem, just for the sake of tutoring. So I eat the dog food of every single product I ever used.
Other bags and so on. So what I decided,
Before, my master couldn't do that because I cannot do it anywhere else.
is that I went fully local, and I had only local videos for, I don't know, quite a long time. That then I used the secondary storage, so I could use the Git backup solution, because obviously with Git you don't want to sync the videos because the file size is too large. But what I did at the end of the day is I moved on. It doesn't compensate, so now I have the topic with the link, and I watch it in YouTube with my account.
Ah, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so to some degree, I use my own Google account, but it overgrew so much that now I don't have priorities, so same thing as always. Only for the high priority stuff, I have a placeholder in SuperMemo that it kind of works like a task. Hey, it's time to look at this video, and that's it. The others, meaning if it's not like red, if it's not 5%, it will just go up on the playlist to watch later in YouTube. And I have more than 800 videos already pending to watch, but I didn't discriminate the priority. And one of the flows I have that I want to record is to must import this eventually to SuperMemo with one of the flows I discovered through XML import. Yes, with some scripting I could import a hierarchy of videos and then prioritize and watch this in SuperMemo, but I will do it just for the record and for the mastery track of incremental video section. Still genuine. But this will create friction, so once I'm done with the course, I don't want to continue this, and I will do something on the cloud for sure. And SuperMemo 20 is going to update incremental video, but same thing. It won't be enough for me. So it remembers what I left the last time I see that in the with the red bar, and that's it. Not optimal, but I mean the friction was too high, so I prefer this than win with friction every single day. Not optimal, but pleasurable. Which, by the way, I'm actually incrementally preparing a video about this. Like the pleasurable guide to SuperMemo should be the most optimal, but the suboptimal, the best suboptimal second tier, let's say, it's optimized for pleasurability, not for productivity, and you will get most of the productivity regardless. There's again another video we'll do, which I'm preparing incrementally as well, is the performance paradox. When you optimize for performance, your performance won't be optimal, if this makes sense. Next chapter. Those are my stats. It's just 9 days. That means almost nothing. Yeah, I was using the final drill. Oh my god. I'm about to speak about the speed. Nice. Let's see what I say. Wow. I was using the final drill. Yes, because I could. So I only did like 90 reps. So you run out of... only 90 reps in 9 days. Wow. Look at the priority retention. At the retention rate. Priority protection. 100%. Okay. That meant that I was doing all of the outstanding items. Just a note, the version I used is SuperMemo 18 and uses the relative priority for the protection. Now SuperMemo 18, and I'm assuming the 20, will use the absolute number, not the relative. That means that will be the position number 100 instead of the 100%, meaning it's all covered. The last element in your queue is already guaranteed, is protected. Means the entire collection is protected. But that's for the topics. So a day, it's for 2, it's super high. I'm always in the point something, chronically in the point something. 9 of the collection. I didn't finish the topics already. So imagine, just a few days, it's enough. And you will never finish. That is because I split the incremental learning manual that created the 500 children. Just because of that, almost never could simplify that never again I will finish my outstanding date. I will finish my standing queue anymore. Because while I process that, I will generate extracts. When I do extracts close deletions, I will finish eventually, yes, but during this I will have imported other stuff. So it's the never-ending stuff. It's a never-ending process. Because if I process, let's say, 100 elements, I do generate more than 100 whatever actions. Could be elements, could be through extracts or closes, or through new imports. That though import won't be just one repetition, it will require more. So that's why it's always ever growing. Your collection, as long as you use SuperMemo, incremental everything, how it's meant to be used, your collection will always grow. Even if you incrementally are more strict with what you import and so on, it will just decrease the speed at what it overgrows, but it will keep overgrowing. If it's not, it's because you use other apps and you selectively, no, I only use SuperMemo for this, right? I don't do videos, I don't do this, I don't do that, I don't do language learning, so you do it elsewhere. If that was the case,
Is this outstanding? Unless you cheat, for instance, with auto postpone or auto postpone, that you change the date. So therefore, it's the same. You haven't done the repetitions that were scheduled for that day. You just change the date to see the 0, but it's the same. You're not doing it. That means information overflow is unavoidable,
overload, not overflow.
inevitable.
Unavoidable.
Yeah, I haven't checked this. The 4D graphs and so on. As a user, that doesn't tell you much or any. So now I have more.
Good for screenshotting and moving, and oh my god, it's graphic porn, to say it like this. But doesn't have many meaning for the user. Theoretically, all of the 4D are just for research, are not meant by the user at all. But again, it's SuperMemo, and I don't know if my master itself knows in the video, but at least something I realized while preparing the course is that some settings here modify the SuperMemo collection. So if you reset a plot or recalculate a plot, this will also recalculate some other stuff, metrics, that will affect the new calculations from now on, from the upcoming repetitions. So you can actually mess with the algorithm indirectly. That doesn't make sense. That's why, if you're not a master, a completionist, don't touch that, or you will be modifying stuff you don't want to. And then when you use the pending queue, is, hey, what's happening? Why I have now short intervals, unlike before? Oh, you click that button on the 4D graphs. That doesn't make any connection. Following the common sense is, yeah, and what's the connection? Yeah, there is. But this is already so obscure, and it's very hard to see the difference, and like something you can export. Oh, there's some values. Okay, gotcha, like depleted protection. No. Here you will need to go to Excel, do some math, and see what has changed, and repeat this every single week, and eventually you will have something different. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god.
Data, I have almost 3 years and a half, between 3 years and a half and 4 years worth of data. So the plots are more meaningful, but now I do care about a lot less than before because, yeah. What insight do I get here? Templates.
Templates.
Also, what I'm
Templates, not templates. It's funny that Wozniak also mispronounces that. It's closer to the real pronunciation, templates. I remember mentioning that on our reaction video. Okay, what about templates?
noticing is that, yes, I was speaking English, but even today I mispronounce some words.
Oh, it's about this. Okay.
Templates, not templates. Oh my god! And look at how many. Look at the so weird type.
Yeah, I think I covered this already. I'm doing this incrementally. It's the third day of recording this video. I did some typos. No big deal. The only thing I care is when it's for searching, because there's no fuzziness. Other than that, I know I want to say difference. You know that, oh, what I mean, difference or different is a different word. No, there's no other word that I can mistake here. If this happens, I will correct it.
Typos. Difference components.
I didn't realize this one. It was in my screen, in front of my face, and I didn't realize that.
Anf instead of and. So those are typos that are super obvious. Now, I as I mentioned, I do
That's why first I do it for myself. If I did like a typo, it's genuine typo. It's not because typing I click one key next to each other and so on. I will create the item for it. No big deal. And if I do it because I'm writing this, eventually I will use Grammarly. So I will correct all of the misspellings anyways. Just quite late at the stage of writing, but before publishing they're corrected anyways. So no big deal.
Typos, but not those kind of typos. Not that obvious. Because I was relying so heavily on the auto spell checker. Okay, 8th day. Okay, so here were my conclusions.
Day.
I can tell that my noob self is wrong. It's not Internet Explorer per se, it's the MS. It's that tool, TLL, and MSHT.
Oh my god. MSHTML.LLL, it's not that hard. Then support, also misspell, stands functionalities, likelihood of material imports, Frank, KeyDex, homework as expected. Yeah, of course. I need a lot more plain stuff, only using one class to add color, background color, or bold, and that's pretty much what I did. But most of the time, most of the imports, I actually, even if I could, I put it as plain text, because I prefer to be plain text.
HTML.dll. Oh my god, that was a mouthful. And
Not
I thought
any-
like
not
this.
anymore.
That is, yeah, it's like some kind of stripped version of Internet Explorer. It's even less than that. Use it to import everything in intervals. With the well, same as before. When I did the subset of my highest intervals, sunk cost was also one of them.
Do you notice? Here my master noticed it, that because of my first language, is interval in English, not interval, the stress pattern. So I did a mistake, but at least I have the awareness and I can correct myself right away. Unlike some other time that I say templates, I'm not even aware I'm mispronouncing that. So I have the knowledge, the cognitive knowledge, but I lack the automaticity. So I have being used to mispronounce that. I have to unlearn the mistake and learn the new thing. That's why it takes a while to use it in real life until it becomes the new default. Here you have this on record. And this is another example, alignment and size, that I use it for the sake of the course. I know how it works, but I might use this once a year because I wanted to create a new template, and I want to align it precisely that to the pixel. That's about it. There's no other use case for me because I always rely on the template, so I don't need to work with image components at all, or any other component, to be honest.
And I remember the image. Can you guess what I did? I removed this image. It's the sunk cost fallacy. Oh my god. So ironic in SuperMemo. Now it no longer applies. So I think that's so ironic. Because now, even if I invested tons of time, screw it. It's not worth my time anymore.
I remember saying that. I was waiting for it to pass. This is what differentiates a Fluent user with a master user. Getting rid of content. Deleting is part of the process. You need to prune. Imagine everything you have read. You keep everything, useful or not. Not because you can memorize it, meaning you have to keep it, right? You want to improve the quality. That means modifying, improving, and sometimes means pruning, getting rid of that. It's not useful anymore. Or even if it's marginally useful, it's not enough, doesn't compensate the effort. So just because I might encounter this once in next three decades, doesn't justify spending much time on that if it is becoming a leech and whatever. to mention one example. No worries, I have deleted hundreds of thousands of elements in my collection already. Not all of them processed, but even processed are in the tens of thousands. And if I add the flashcards with Anki, I go back to the hundreds of thousands. As a win. It would have been worse if I would have kept that and doing repetitions or keep neglecting that because of priorities. My collection will be a lot harder to manage, prioritize, filter, and so on.
So I spend a lot of time making this pretty, or my Anki decks to have a very nice layout and hierarchy in the knowledge tree, and so on. And I spent hours importing this because that took forever, like 18 hours. An import needed like 8 hours or 12 hours in SuperMemo because of the massive amount of media files.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps it's out of. I think I didn't provide enough context here. It's gonna import from Anki. That's why I had so many files, sound files, and so on, and it takes forever. So if you have something large, even if it's 2 gigabytes, in a split second. But you have, let's say, 700 megabytes, so a tinier collection, but are hundreds of thousands of tiny HTML and MP3 files. This will take hours and hours. And since I had a very long Anki collection, let me import just this deck. Oh, this deck that everything is mature already. Boom. This took forever. And I didn't realize back then that I could use multiple collections. So I could have one to import and the other to do incremental writing, let's say. But anyhow, those are outliers because the average user is not going to import to begin with. And even if it imports, it will be something new, like a shared deck or something generated, or it will be rather small, not to the hundreds of thousands of files. Even though at the end of the day I didn't kept any of what I import. So this stays in Anki, and also because it was very mature. It will be just for the sake of having everything in one single place, not because of using the algorithm, because I'm not going to see this in the next 10 years. It's very mature, right? It was just to make sure that, okay, if it's possible to do, what are the precise limitations, and nothing better than my own flashcards, especially the old ones. Even though this will be covered in the course, in the completionist cycle.
But that took forever. And after all of that, just get rid of this. Yes. Something I learned with incremental reading is the sunk cost fallacy to overcome that. And now is no big deal. No big deal.
It's every day, almost.
Now, I could say this is one of the soft skills that it took me a while. So my Fluent self was still a victim of the sunk cost fallacy.
Yep.
Not anymore.
I need like 3 or 4 years, yeah. And I expanded this beyond SuperMemo. So in my real life, I also do that, which I appreciate.
That's for the matter, by the way. Day 9. Yeah, and this is when I did all of the styling.
Yeah, this was unrequired. I already had this manually in my collection. It was just for the sake of trying to generate something that I was going to use in my collection, which I did, but then I deleted the styling. So at least I didn't lose the time. At least I discovered how to do inline code, inline CSS within components through XML import. So I generated that myself. But here you can see that the title was not as I thought. So then I improved to the point that what you see in the content is actually different of the string in the first HTML component. Because remember that SuperMemo takes the title from the first text component in the order. But for XML, you can put whatever you want. can be totally different. Here I can say hello potato as a title, even though the content is SuperMemo shortcut, as if I had manually overwritten that. And this is gold. That's why I use XML import sometimes just for folders. Yeah, only to preemptively create hierarchy so I don't have to do it manually. First, no typos, no mistakes, and everything is compliant with my conventions. So I don't waste time retyping this myself or adjusting. It's a win-win. And I don't care about the repetitions and so on, the data, because they are going to become folders. I'm not going to repeat ever those. It's a win. One of the obscure arcane use cases that I keep using, but for not else than just hierarchy with folders. Still useful. I will keep using it in the future. One of the very few flows of the Fluent self that I keep using as a completionist. But not for what is intended, that is for importing items at the end of the day.
Such a trouble for no benefit. You should not care. I still
Trouble. No, almost seems I said travel. Travel to Denmark or whatever place. Not to have trouble, difficulty.
here cared as a Nike user about the HTML to have this pretty fast.
By the way, can you see here? I was not that proficient with the chroma key either. Those details I didn't notice. Or I didn't pay enough attention. And in this case it's exceptional in my master self because I prioritized doing this in one chunk, and since I used solar light, it was getting dark. It's an exception. So don't take this as an example for the master.
I want this key binding to be shown as a
And you can tell I am sitting on the floor. I'm repositioning here.
keyboard. Even though I failed because in SuperMemo most of the CSS is not rendered because it's super primitive to support.
Yeah.
I still wanted that. Oh my god. And then I just get rid of all of that. Look at this inline HTML
Yeah. Here you go.
with CSS.
It's very inefficient because you need to repeat this for every single element for the question side. So could be the case, that's not the case, but could be the case that even the answer needs to repeat this as well. The styling. It's extremely inefficient. This will blow your collection really easily. Instead of having this on the template, like you could do in Anki, that then pre-appends the CSS and the HTML code. Nope.
Oh my god. Okay, 20 hours to customize the cosmetics because I only did change the
This is a lot closer how the references look now. It's even harder to read. It's one step further than that.
theme, and that was it. Like this black, green, and then this gray, light gray, and then I used the gray as inside the component. That took me 20 hours, and now I haven't did any meaningful change in the last 2 years. I actually have a recent video on that. That I only changed the extracted color, and not much. In years. Wow, such an inception. So what I said, just a reminder that I'm shooting the videos straight next to each other. I'm not shooting these incrementally. So for me, everything I said in this video, it's recent for me. Oh my god. So what I said a while ago, that it's funny that the sunk cost fallacy into the article I imported about cognitive inertia. It's good to have this on record.
That I imported that the next day of the collection. That will be August 13th, 2020.
I said that. So my Fluent self said that when watching my Noob self. I don't remember seeing that. I don't remember this fact. I edited that video 2 years ago.
Okay, let me add some ones here. Basically, one thing is just recording, right? I don't pay that much attention. Sometimes when I record is, oh wow, I didn't realize I did that mistake, that I said one word instead of the other. Like item for element, element for topic, those kind of things that I lapse. And I don't repeat because sometimes I lapse. I'm aware, then I repeat, and when I edit, I take the bad one, I edit that out. Sometimes I keep going, is, oh, this guy didn't notice that. That's one thing. But when you review, it's like you put more attention because I'm not focusing on how to pronounce because it's not my native language, right? So some of the attention goes to the language. That, hey, I know how to stress this. Oh, it's interval, not interval. So when I know I will pronounce this word, I have attention that, hey, la, 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 do the stress, how it's meant to be, as an example. So when I edit, this load, it's off, and I can pay attention to something else. It's when I realize, and I can go back because it's recorded and so on. There are other perks. But even that, even if it's more memorable, because I can repeat, that I get exposed as a second, is the next repetition. If it was an item, I see it again. Depends on if I need to zoom in or whatever. And I need to double check. I will see it for the second, third, fourth time, and whatever. Or if I need to put chapters in order to see the precise timestamp, I need to see the video once again. Perhaps this time it's a speed up, a 2x or 1.x, but I'm hearing myself once again. It's some repetition. So first, the repetition alone creates, as you know already, a trace. And also it's easier because it's my full attention. It's more passive. I don't have to pay attention of how to construct grammatically the sentence, intonation, all of those things. But even that, sometimes, after a while, like this happened that I do a recap of a recap, so I have footage from 1 year ago, like now, or 3 years ago, is, I said that? Or sometimes I get a comment in my YouTube, on a YouTube video that is old, is, oh wow, it's about priorities. Yeah, I have more than 100 videos about priorities, right? At 4 minutes you said this, I don't know what I said, let me check in 4 minutes what they say in that video, because I have no clue. It's way too much footage. I cannot record everything I have said. So you forget, and even if I have repetition, and even for the course, that I had to rewatch some videos to make sure, is this part of the course, I can reuse it, or I discard it, and what it is in my course. It is one video, will be part of another video, you know what I mean, that the contents, where they fit, and so on. So even though I had a natural repetition in the last year of my own videos, for the sake of the course, even that is not enough. I will need incremental video and a spaced repetition to remember what I have said, if this makes sense. You forget. One example. And it's on your face. It's recorded, it's public, and then some people say, oh, you said that? I don't think so. Or, it doesn't look like that. Then there was a video, and oh my god, I said that for real. As one example.
And that was like gone.
And that was never a goal. So I don't want to remember everything I have said. There's no such goal. The important is what is true. That's why some videos, I actually take them out and I have reshoot them because hey, I did that mistake. Or one of the videos, because of the title, is the quickest way to do this about filtering no template elements. I think it was. It was better than the one I was using, but it was not the quickest. There was yet another one that was even quicker. I take that out. and I reshot the video. Now that's the quickest way to do it. Because what prevails is the truth, not my word.
Hey, I'm saying this because I thought it was new and it was worth mentioning. Now I realize that some videos later at the number.
And this will happen in the course, I'm afraid. Even though I put the maximum effort, I have used a second brain. But yeah, it's not verbatim. I don't put every single word I say in the video on the bullet points. Could be that some example or some reference is duplicated. Too many videos. I'm doing this alone, so it's gonna be perfect.
10. That was being said already. I said this already. And I edited this video saying that. So it has some kind of repetition there. A more conscious repetition that is become passive. Because I'm just listening to myself, not just thinking what to say.
What I said before, yeah.
Wow, I'm impressed. After forgetting.
Yeah, basically, here my master self is still getting impressed. More or less would be the appreciation of forgetting. I have been forgetting the same, always, since I was a noob. It's just that I decided I have cherry-picked what I want to remember through incremental reading. And I have applied data so I can still use it and all of that. But I keep forgetting in the same speed. It's just a selection of what I forget, right? And the other is that when you are this awareness, as a side effect, you have this awareness. I can appreciate more the amount of forgetting I do. That's why most of the people who are not users, I don't need spaced repetition, because if I understand it, I will remember it. They don't have this pain point, because since they forget so much, they are not aware of their forgetting. If they had a software that they will tell them, hey, once you knew that, now you don't anymore, you have forgotten this, and they will see the vast of knowledge they have forgotten, they will be impressed of, oh shoot, I have forgotten more than I thought. So here it's the other side of the coin. You will appreciate more, and the more you know, the more you remember, the more facts you have remembered, and you are able to recall, which is not the same thing, are a start, but can also be retrieved, and the right way, semantically, you will still realize how much you forget. It's incredible. Massive. It's like the space I occupy in the earth is close to nothing. If I disappear, it will be almost no difference. Same thing. So the amount of stuff I remember with the only information I have experienced in my life is close to none. Close to none. The difference is that the quality should be the highest. So even though it's a selection, very tiny selection, contains most of the value of all the information you have processed.
Something that you learn with SuperMemo is the increased awareness of the forgetting process.
Yeah, I see the same, more verbose, but that's the synthesis. Thank you, Master Self.
And you can rely that my noob self is relying so much with the knowledge tree. And I click manually, pam, pam, pam.
Yeah, that is important with WebNode. Don't do this, please. It's not. The use case is marginally. There's always something better you can do to simplify. And here I dismiss this. Oh my god. This could be a topic with just the bullet points, and then extracting when you want to develop. And I did this preemptively. It's just habit from other flows rather than incremental writing.
So instead of using the go to the parent, next sibling, and so on, all of the key bindings, I use the mouse. Wow.
Look, how are you going to see the current topic item in the knowledge tree? Alt-C. As easy as that. I had those questions. Very basic questions. But keep in mind, that was my day 9 or 10 with SuperMemo. I was there as well.
I never do that anymore. for my genuine usage. I don't have this workflow anymore. Okay, so here was back. When you have a window that opens but it's off your screen, that could be the case if you use Git backup solution, and one computer has a higher resolution than the other. And what's going to happen is that that window
Higher resolution or a second monitor, for example.
is in a position that falls outside. It's there, but your monitor cannot represent that. And there's no way for you to know what to click because it's out of the scope, and there's no easy way to readjust the position.
You need to adjust it blindly. So select the window and move it without having seen it. The solution, add the hotkey. I had some people in the tutoring that at the end of the day is just, okay, let me do this script, which window is exactly for you, trigger this script, and boop, it resets the window to the 00 coordinate, so the top left corner. Something that you can spend time to rabbit hole and prevents you to use that feature. For me, was a split, but could be. There are some others that are more convenient than a split, so it creates more friction that, hey, I cannot do this now. Like the parameters window, something like that. And it's something that, hey, let me get some tutoring and you quickly solve that. Something you appreciate with a niche software like SuperMemo. Even though this is in my channel, but you will be buried with long videos or those that I don't think I have an atomic video for that, in that case. But you need to watch the videos about AutoHotkey or some of the reactions until you get there and so on. So it's available for free, but it will also take time.
The keyboard. So then I realized that was the issue. And then when I did some tutoring, other people had the same thing, the same
I forgot I said that. Sorry.
issue. So I used an AutoHotkey script to detect the window and arrange it. Fluent self back then had no idea of this simple detail. That now,
yeah, and something happened, not to me, that I asked to what will be seasoned users, and they said, oh, there's no solution, or it's a bug. When it's no, it's not a bug. In this case, it's just out of bounds, and here's the solution.
for me, it's a simple detail, because now I know the reason. There's nothing more here. Keep in mind the original video was 2 hours and a half. The recap was 7 minutes.
2 hours, 36 minutes, 35 seconds, yeah. The recap of my Fluent was just 7 minutes because, yeah, this is what happens. The only thing returns. That there's nothing else to mention that I didn't mention. There will be more highlights, but the highlights have been covered in a previous video already. So only what is new every time was less and less. I remember that the latest videos are like 2 minutes or 3 minutes long because there's only a few things to mention and that's it.
And now what I know, once I did this,
do you see? 7 minutes, 5, 3, 2, 1. Every time it's shorter. That's why I should have kept this in one single video. Because the idea was one video, one recap video for every raw video of my noob self. That's why now I decide to go for, and especially now that I have done the course with 800 short videos. And now I appreciate more the difference. Not as a user, as a viewer, but as a creator. Oh my god. In this case, the word dummy, the thumbnail is the same, changing the number. But that means using the software split more, generate one by one the videos, uploading that maximum 15 by 15, putting the unique name, putting everything, the title, making the thumbnail, the metadata. Oh my god, this creates, if I do it 18 times instead of one, everything you need to do 18 times, right? Okay, but that is something I do out of the ordinary. But imagine now the course. Instead of 20 something videos, you have 800. This creates a ton of task time that is dead. It's just generating videos, oh my god. Sometimes I spend hours that creatively I did nothing. It was very rudimentary, very repetitive, you know what I mean. It's the side effect of doing the atomic videos. But it was well worth it. That has increased the quality by far.
It will be even shorter. So, video 11. I no longer zoom in or zoom out text. The size I use is quite large.
Yeah, I didn't forget that. You can do that with, control plus and down or the scroll, the mouse. Yeah, I literally don't ever do that in SuperMemo. That's true. To the point that I didn't realize that was a feature. Oh, I should. I take note and let me check if I have this in the mastery track, or I will miss the feature in my course. And I want to be that systematic, comprehensive, and this is not covered in the fluency. Oh my god.
Large. So, if I read in the browser, I won't be using that font, that large. Now I use 18 points, not pixels, points, and because I use this font.
No idea. I don't use points. I think because I added that some section through SuperMemo, and it used point, and I kept that by trial and error. So when I use the Git backup solution, I kept the reference of points, but I use pixels. And I don't use this color anymore because this is dark mode. So again, this is the very, very late stage. Very soon after the recording, I will move on from the dark mode for medical reasons, by the way.
Depending on the font, it's more than other ones, but you can see that it's a lot larger than the normal.
And as a side effect, I don't get this chroma key thingy because since the screen projects more light, it's harder to have this green effect.
Plus 3.
As a perk.
Wow, yeah, I remember this. I forgot the details that I used this. Up to 7 levels. Oh my god. So the deck hierarchy Nanki was creating the context. More or less what will be the knowledge tree. Or, no, in this case, the ancestors window. So
the ancestors, and you can see that I'm cheating. Through SSS, I'm putting the content, the styling, and through JavaScript, I'm populating the names. Just by the deck hierarchy, which I never did. So at most, I selected SuperMemo Guru, that deck, not the children. The children deck were just to create this section, nothing else. At the end of the day, I didn't use it because it's when I started using SuperMemo, and quickly I realized, okay, let me keep using SuperMemo. There's the chance I use this solution. But it will be nice. I could do this for the course of the SuperMemo to see how I did the flashcards in the sense of because I needed to unkify, go by linear fashion, how I did the flashcards. And since it's the same article, I can go to the same article on SuperMemo and more or less when I see it's the same content, compare the flashcards. I can already tell you this is trash. What is this close deletion?
That comes from Guru, this article, the learning will be the concept, the article, neural creativity cycle, neural aspects will be the extract,
yep,
and that's the lazy close. You can see the pink color. I also used pink.
Yep.
Now because the video is compressed, it may look more purple, but it's pink. And the image. So that was my effort to still use Anki at all times. And it was so painful that...
Estoy reaccionando a un video mío. Dilo en inglés y le pondré en el video, va. ¡Oh my god! Va, dilo.
¿Por qué?
Pues será un blooper, lo pondré en inglés. Te lo dice en inglés, va.
No.
Por favor.
Que digo, oh my fucking god.
Oh my god, are you crazy or what? Something like that.
But for now, those videos have been online for 2 years, and they have like 30 views.
Yeah.
So I spend.
I can tell you that now. Yeah, they have been around for 4 years. Look. 5th, 75, 41, 36, 38, 26, 29, 50, 49. No one is watching this, basically. And the overall watch time is not even half of the content. Albeit it's about 100 minutes, 1 hour and 40 by 2 seconds, divided in short videos. But if it would have been a long video instead, perhaps I would have gotten 1,000 views overall, but the watch time would be 1%. So, not much of a difference. By the way, just to let you know that it's the next day for me. Yesterday I recorded, but the last 20 something minutes I lapsed. I didn't hit record once again. That's because while I was recording, my fiancée, which is in the same room because I live in one room apartment, said, "Hey, are you in a meeting? In a call?" Is no. Oh, it seems like that because seems you are listening and answering to someone. And I said, "Well, I'm doing this, but with myself, but literally speaking, not metaphorically speaking, like when I say that incremental reading is a conversation with yourself. I was replying to my master self, literally. So very ironic. But because of that, I didn't hit record once again, and I kept going until I realized that. So from now on, I will try my best to be genuine, but it's something I have seen yesterday. I will try to more or less say what he said yesterday, but keep that in mind. In this case, it's 2 minutes. But if it's 15 minutes, 10 minutes, this will take several hours to do the captions. That's why I stopped doing the captions. Oh yeah, the captions thing, that is what I remember, yeah. So I don't do captions. Now it's better than before, when I started the channel. Yes, the AI, it gets a lot of mistakes. Almost every single sentence, there's an inaccuracy. But you get the message. And especially now that you have a voiceover, especially, I have already tried this in Spanish, and it does a pretty good job. So I will focus my efforts on creating more content rather than captions for the content already existing, because only doing captions requires about 6 times of the edited length. Meaning, if the video is 1 hour long, after I have done all of the shooting, editing, and so on, whatever that takes, 1 hour of footage, I will need at the very least 6 hours of editing the captions. Not from scratch, editing the AI captions. It's a lot of effort. I did this for a few videos, like one reaction from Larry, from the Wikipedia co-founder, and stuff like this, and it didn't compensate. First, I don't have many views. So only a fraction of the views will turn on the captions to begin with. Yes, the captions are also used for the algorithm to recommend, because sometimes I got people from a word that was only on the captions, manual captions I did and so on, but it's marginal, absolutely marginal. If I had 10,000 views per video, I will do it, or I will hire someone, a human, to proofread the AI subtitles. It will be something good to do because I will get a small income that I can reinvest to improve the quality. But since I'm alone, I'm already verified that depends on the video, of course. If I'm doing the captions is for about 20 people or 30, the average video, is not worth my time. It's way too expensive, too costly. That's why now I did the fluency course without captions, manual captions. If I will have to do it, now it's at 51 hours. Multiply this by 8, by 6. Heuristically, you have 300 hours, more than 300 hours of proofreading. So 300 hours of my time just for captions that some people might turn on. And some videos, they have 33 views. Assuming it's half of the people, which is not. Usually it's less than a third. 10 people. It's not worth 10 people. But if it was 10,000, and then I do this for 2,000 people, then since it's so asynchronous, it's so asymptotic, it's so asymmetric, then it compensates, and I will do it. So if my channel ever grows, I will go back to the captions. And especially because the AI could use it for dubbing and so on. So at least the source is error-free or typo-free.
Yeah, experimenting, but at the end of the day, I deleted everything.
Yeah, I did everything because the goal was not to have these and processes in SuperMemo. What I did is, can I do this in SuperMemo that the flashcard relies poorly on the, in this example in the screen, the flashcard relies poorly on the font. So there's a special font that, for Japanese, that has the numbers to indicate the stroke order. I already knew all of this. All of this was from years ago. It's not something I need now because it was mature. But it's a use case I have used in Anki. Let me do it in SuperMemo just to discover if it's possible to do. Another thing, that I mentioned before, that now the folders, they're not suspended, the topics, so they're still not folders. That the content, the text, is different from the content. And then I have the question, which the question might be different, the title might be different of the first element, which here is not the case. But this has the perks that I can create this programmatically. So I have key, ka, wo, in every single, in katakana, hiragana, and romaji, different ways to write the same thing. And it's systematic. So I'm not going to make typos that, there's a missing space or things like that. That's a good thing. The good thing about XML. And the difference against my master self is that I keep using the XML import, yes, but very ironically, I don't import items. Usually people will import flashcards, right, from somewhere else. I generate hierarchy. So I only import topics that I dismiss so they become folders. And that's it. Or another use case only for Korean that I'm still experimenting. I import topics with folders and topics that are real, genuine, that then I will create consolations. So I import material, yes, but I don't import items at all. And I do it because it's something concrete, finished, that I can auto-populate. So I save myself time to create this manually. And it's still incremental because all of the content is not going to be processed in this sense, because the items I'm going to create the items. So I'm going to have this organically on the outstanding queue. I will set the priorities, all of this. So what I'm saving is Alt X or split, stuff like this. That makes a difference.
But it was still.
Here you can see here dismissed already. Nice.
It was still a good practice to fully understand how SuperMemo works with the import.
Yeah, and I need to do all of this to understand how XML works, because the syntax is available in the documentation. But yeah, you have a very simple example, and here you go. Recently, what I mean recently, I mean this month, after 5 years, I discovered you can import YouTube videos, so the video plays in the element through XML. It has a unique syntax that you can. It's impossible you deduce. You're going to deduce the syntax. It's made up. It doesn't follow any standard. And I discovered this now. It's not documented anywhere. Just to mention one of the examples, that I'm a completionist, but there are still some holes here and there, but are minimal. I need a lot of time to discover something new now.
Imports, exports, the Unicode, especially when you have other languages, and stuff like this. And since you don't have multiple cards for one node in Anki, you have to decide the hierarchy, all of that. I will still do it again if I could travel in time.
Yeah, exactly. If I would not have used Anki to begin with, I would have gotten this in SuperMemo for sure.
Even if I don't keep anything of that, other than the learning.
Nice. I remember seeing that yesterday. Nice. So that's the visual browser. Is one of the features that is completionist. Why is it a completionist feature? It's nice that instead of the knowledge tree, you can go here and you can see the connections, right? And then you just click, boom, and you travel to that element visually as a graph. Something that is now common in software, especially the personal knowledge management, second brain kind of thing, right? But not in SuperMemo. First, it's painfully slow. You need to wait like 5 seconds per element, so it loads. So when you see the screen, perhaps you will need a minute. Second, the resolution is painfully low, so only the images in the image components will be useful. Or more or less, if you can guess the template by the color, but the text will be unreadable. Absolutely useless. And then when you click, sometimes you get, it's not a graph. You cannot see linked elements. It's only probably the hierarchy and so on. That it defeats the purpose. One of the examples of very old or kind of old feature that is so rudimentarily developed that it defeats its own purpose. Like recording your own voice, it's also possible to do in SuperMemo, but the quality, the compression, it's so high because it was in the 90s that it's super noisy that it defeats the entire purpose. It hasn't been updated at all, but it's just one of the dead bodies of features that are left over. Here you go. The last time I used this feature is likely it was in this video. Absolutely useless. Not because of what it is, it's because of how it is implemented.
Yeah, how naive I was.
It will be really nice to visualize the spread activation when you go noodle and crawl this. Or you could do an additive, what's called the additive noodle review by manually clicking. Oh, I want to deviate here, bam. So add the subset from this branch on top of that or whatever. Not implemented.
Yeah, especially useful if there are images. If you could manage, yeah, bit shelter no longer works because of Windows 11. Even though no worries, as long as you use the Git backup solution, that's more than you need to. And please do backup your collection. Don't wait until you mess up with your collection. I never use delete ever can.
This has changed. So if I compare against my master self, I did dilute only because I merged collections, especially the language, and some items were very. I could simplify. Some branches were very easy, the grammar, and very neglected for many and neglected for long, almost a year. So I think I could have elements that were standing for a year already. So what I did is, hey, let me dilute this, so I limit this to just a few a day, only this branch, because it's taking over the outstanding queue. What I have in the outstanding queue, 90% is this, and then 10% is the rest of the collection. Instead of doing mercies, no, I only want to push this, and I can afford it, because it's something that is easy for me. I will leech very few cards there. But I have only done it because I merge collections, and it's been neglected, it's language. I'll only do this if it's language, most of the case, and it's very easy difficulty. That's why I did dilute.
Yet another feature that I never use, because with my flow,
If I have get my collection at this recording, I will have not used dilute at all.
I don't need it. At least I know how it works, criteria. Okay, so now I'm seeing one of the conventions that I had back in the day to have the fall.
Yeah, so I had this convention to do capital letters. Is when inside there are concepts. So it is acting like a folder of concepts because I was nesting concepts. Now I do it in a different way. I don't rely on the names anymore. That I had psychology, social, for social psychology. Psychology dot cognitive. So I had this order. I don't do this anymore because I simplified my approach with concepts. Now I just don't care. Why? Because I don't rely as much on the knowledge tree. Even what you see here is my Fluent self, by the way, not my master. I don't have the need, the desire to have everything well put together in the knowledge tree. It's slightly more chaotic. Why? I had less time, so I needed to prioritize. That means that if I have just a few minutes to use SuperMemo, I'm not going to use it for keeping the knowledge tree on point. I want to learn first, right? More or less to simplify. So I no longer use this, and because I use concepts. And I have more conventions that will be in the course. My own personal conventions that are overlapping conventions, it just makes sense. Long story short, I don't have the same name in the knowledge tree as an element that as a registry member. So I don't have this requirement anymore.
Folders in capital letters, and then within those folders I will have the concepts. I no longer do that. You have seen the recent video as well about the minimum.
My master self doesn't do that because it went so crazy to simplify the minimum concept principle, and I overdid it. And now I'm going back to fine-tune the concepts.
Concept principle that I follow now. Yeah, unnecessary.
Okay. Here are some templates, also known as, what I do now is a convention that is text, aka column would be the easy convention. So I can see, if I want to check the stats, I can get them in a subset in a browser and check the stats. Or if I want to do a subset, I can locate them through a search, get them in the browser and process the browser anyways. So I don't rely on the template level. Also look at this, the color didn't match and so on. So I don't have a specific color, but it's not worth it for me. Because that means that Ctrl-Shift-P, apply this template, at the end of the day it's not worth it. And since I have many conventions, all of the perks I get, I keep, as I mentioned. So it's just cosmetic.
of those special templates just for the type unnecessary, because at the end of the day you just use your in the text with your conventions. It's a lot much quicker. You don't waste your time setting different templates. It's not worth it. It's just cosmetic at the end of the day. So everything in those.
Also, I noticed you can see that in the first 2 weeks I was inconsistent. So I was changing the themes, dark theme, light theme, quite soon, quite often. It's later when I stayed for many years, for the years, the dark mode, and then the last year and a half or so in the second in a light theme instead. Here's a case I don't do anymore that I was recovering from not a backup specifically, but from the bit shelter and a snapshot, which I said in this video some minutes ago was in the video. I didn't mention it. It was too tiny, but since it appears here, and it's because it was Windows 10 only. And this computer it's Windows 10 because it's a potato PC, cannot run Windows 11. But I don't use SuperMemo in this computer. But do you see I had a dedicated drive for SuperMemo? And then SuperMemo, Backup, and Twitch, and OBS is the software I use to record the videos. Now it's been years I use OBS. Before I used the Twitch Studio for the chroma key, it was easier. So it was just SuperMemo, backups of SuperMemo, and videos about SuperMemo. Literally. One dedicated hard disk drive just for SuperMemo.
3 minutes.
And also look at this, how many Anki versions I had installed at once. Incredible.
That I shared, hey, this is important, this is the golden nugget. As my Fluent SuperMemo self is a golden nugget. Now for me, this is not a golden nugget. It is still worth sharing, obviously. It's, hey, you can do this, you can do that, but as an expert now is, no.
Which makes sense, it's part of the learning process. You think this is very valuable, and then you realize when you are really a master that, okay, there's some value, but not the value you thought. It's much lower. You just lower the priority to more or less assess what it deserves today, and that's it. No big deal. It's not a mistake. And the same applies to myself today. I might encounter something today that I have a very high valuation, and later I see that, oh shit, that's not the case. That means progress.
Be more efficient and just do text in the question side, so you know it's an also known as or true or false question.
Now I see it's failing the chroma key. At some degree, years ago was because of the software. It was a lot more challenging to get a clear image without the background. I was investing minutes every single time before recording. I remember this. Not anymore. Just because of OBS. And here is an outlier case because I wanted to record the reaction in one go, and I was not ready, let's say, to go that far. I'm not doing this now, I'm doing this incrementally, but I wanted to continue despite the chroma key breaking because the sun was setting, basically. Because I use the chroma key with sunlight. Because I don't have a space for artificial lights. The physics cannot work with the space I have available. It's physically impossible.
That's it. Then last video.
And you can tell I'm sitting on the floor. By movements, I'm repositioning the legs. Not anymore, I'm standing now.
Recap of my last footage, and I'm seeing that it's getting dark, so my chroma key is messy, sorry about that. I was not aware it will take so long. I'm doing this one shot.
As I mentioned, but I'm going somewhere else. Look here, it's been another day, the 18th, and look at this what I had. I was trying to do the knowledge tree, as in the library kind of thing, that you have this division. And it happens that I work in a library for 2 years in the university as how you call it, as an intern, more or less. So you get paid below minimum wage, only as a helping hand, the lowest tier in the hierarchy, and because you don't have anything, you don't have any degree or anything that will allow you to have that job, meaning you are tabula rasa, let's say. So you're doing them a favor, working very low wage, and they give you, they do a favor of hiring you before you get any degree. So I was there. That's why I was knowledgeable of that, which I also it was immediate thought that hey, I could do this in my SuperMemo collection. It could be worth it, but I never pushed it that long, that far. It was not useful. This is my course, by the way. It's one of the flows that if you want, but I prefer to have my own, more dynamic. But it's pretty valid.
Yeah, all of the stats are better. 25 items per day, 700.
What do you mean better? Better would be assuming the perfection formula, meaning more memorized elements in quantity with a high retention rate, the quality, against the time invested. So the retention closer to 100% and the time closer to 0. That will be better.
Items in the first month, but yet taking into account that
So that's what they did organically in 1 month. Keep in mind all of the imports from XML were deleted, and were not even memorized, I think, most of them anyways. So D25 is not much, but look at the volume. 700 items, 12,000 topics, memorized topics. So I already had 13,000 memorized elements and 15,000 total elements. That means 500 a day. That's why I put quite a lot of time, and my collection grew quite fast. So likely I invested SuperMemo to learn about SuperMemo, and I knew that priorities were a big deal. And even if I tried since the beginning, I failed. It's impossible to do it right at the first try. It was chaotic. So my Noob self and even the Fluent self struggled with priorities big time. Even if I was aware, it was not enough. I need more time to build priorities. That's why sometimes, more than once, I split my collection. So to take out language learning, so it was easier to prioritize with a lower volume.
was you doing language learning as well.
Wow, yeah. The opposite is true. What I mentioned about the standard, there are a few in the libraries that you can probably use in SuperMemo. One idea that someone had in the community, something that I tried to do, but no.
So that was my intention
because SuperMemo is a learning app, not a second brain app.
I oneself. Let's go extra mile, be extremely systematic.
I mentioned that already. Then, something else, look at the priority protection at 0 point something, right? It's in relative numbers. Remember, it's SuperMemo 18. So after a month, I was already this. Yeah, sometimes I finished outstanding for items. After a while, I was able to do this, but later, not topics, not items. And that has been true forever. It's impossible. So if you use SuperMemo, and I think I missed 3 or 4 days in the first month, so even if you use it more or less every day, not necessarily religiously every single day. Within a month, you will have an overflow that it's already too much. You will need to use priorities already to tackle the information overflow. As a noob, not as a fluent, as a noob, could be the case that if you follow the course and you put quite a lot of time every day, you in a month you could have processed the first course, which is about 50 hours, the fluency. Then could be the case that at this level, instead of a noob like me, you will be a lot closer to a fluent user. But believe me, you will struggle with priorities because you only had 30 iterations in your collection of day cutoff. And the elements that you prioritized, you review, and come back will be less than that because the intervals will grow. So you hadn't had enough time to realize this yet. And do, like, for instance, this case, the universal decimal classification. Today, I will have like science and enough. But Node with D. Yeah, look at this. A lot of import by Node. I no longer do this at all. It's good to know. That means that I can see what I imported in bulk. So if I imported 5 wiki pages in one go, I will see this by the reflected in the knowledge tree. That doesn't mean, for instance, if I have 21 or 21 imports, because then I do extracts and so on. It will be how many first children there are, the first degree of children, not the rest of the descendants. So for instance, here, this import in September 8, 22:44 p.m., it's only one. Good sleep, good learning, and good life. It's itself the same quantity, as one example. This pollutes a lot the collection. I don't do anymore, but what I was doing like this, I was a noob and I was not using concepts systematically. If you follow the course, the concepts are presented before the incremental reading loop, so it's quite soon when they are presented. Even though it's only the first layer, you only cover like 20% of what there is to know about concepts. At least is the most important, and you can avoid this, because then I had to incrementally clean all of this. So to put this in categories, in concept groups. So I had to invest a little more time. Keep in mind, this collection at the end of the day started with, it's my collection, but started with the ABC collection. And yes, it's not my genuine collection, I started over. So it's not my very first collection, but still I had a lot of mistakes that then I had to compensate later on. NODE, and this is that's a complete mess. So I suggest to always import using a hook. Complete. Okay, I met my expectations. So overall, yeah. Okay, that's the end of the footage now. And now I'm going to the final thoughts of my mastery self. Yeah. I met my expectations that my newbie self was flawless. I will do. My noob self, for sure, needs tutoring. Big time. My fluent self, doesn't require tutoring, but will get a lot of benefit. So it's a well worth investment still. Clear as day. Things very differently now, as expected. I was kind of surprised at my fluent self. There are less differences, but there are some key differences that. Yeah, in the quantity, it's not that it's this that so a huge list of differences, but some differences are key in the sense that are an abysmal, a titanic difference. In this video, already mentioned. For me, some days ago, what tells apart a completionist from a master, or a master from a fluent, right? How you do the extracting and all of this that is more soft. You could say, it's just this. Yeah, but just this is a huge step it requires a lot of practice. It's the same as sport, especially the sports that are just to do something alone. And everybody does the same thing, like high jumping, or no, throw the disc, stuff like this. That is easy to compare against everyone. You can say, hey, that's a pro athlete, and I'm an amateur, and there's only a difference of, I don't know, 10%. It throws the disc 10% further away, right? And then if you want only the elite level, so the athletes that go to the Olympics, perhaps it's just 2% or 5% extra of the other one, the athlete, the professional athlete. And you could say, hey, the only difference about those athletes is just 2%. The Olympic ones are just 2% better than the non-Olympic ones. And if you want to change the sport, something more, I don't know, like swimming, you could say, well, the time, they just cut the time 3 seconds. They just hit the finish 3 seconds before the other athletes. There's not much difference, right? If you compare with a newbie, it will be like 3 times as much, right? They could start over and still win, and so on. You know, the analogy is very simplistic, because in incremental reading, first, it's hard to measure. It's multidimensional, multifactorial. It's almost impossible to compare, right? Even if I compare myself, my previous selves, it's very hard to see this. But at least just so you can get my point. That even though every time, every layer, every step is diminishing returns, there's not much difference. You require a vast more knowledge, skill set, and practice. So if you see my master self and my completionist self, until I don't go to some rabbit hole or some very rare case that, hey, now I have this flow that I didn't before, or I will able to detect a pattern and prevent a lapse ahead of time, because I already experienced that within my 15 years, and I have seen this pattern already. So this flashcard, I will be able to recall it today, tomorrow, in 2 weeks, in 2 months, and even in 2 years, but it's guaranteed that in 2 years, I will black out big time, and I will have to start over. To mention one example. That's why it's diminishing returns, but doesn't have to be your goal. Meaning that, okay, I just do a plateau master. I don't want to go beyond any fluency in SuperMemo, the toolkit, beyond mastery. Nice. So you do the first 2 cycles of the course. Then, just by your own sheer exposure to SuperMemo by the day-to-day basis, you will still get better at the soft skills. That's why when I had rare, but I had tutorees that were more experienced than me in the sense of quantity of time, but they only used the very basics of SuperMemo. So they are good or bad, way better than the average tutoree at the knowledge formulation and some of the soft skills, prioritizing perhaps, but not on the other stuff. The other stuff is they are like a noob. And sometimes it's, oh wow, you have been using SuperMemo for 10 years, and only knowing this, that in 30 seconds, this will improve your performance really quick. You didn't know better, right? It's quite sad that you have to invest more time, more clicks, when it was not required. But more or less it would be to come full circle is that it's not your goal, it's just a side effect. You'll improve this with time, but it's with this, with plenty of time. And there's something curious that I will have a dedicated video. That is the performance paradox in incremental reading. If you put performance your goal, you won't succeed. Meaning, if you optimize incremental reading for performance, you won't optimize for performance. Usually it's the opposite. And if you optimize for pleasurability, which is what they did, you won't get the optimum, but you will get a sub-optimum that is pretty good. And at the end of the day, or should I say, at the end of life, it is the best. There will be no better option that is able to maintain lifelong, that provides more result than follow your curiosity. But that's not enough. At least in SuperMemo you need to know some aspects to dominate the tool. Yeah, there are some rabbit holes that you are not able, you don't care, and you can neglect, of course. Especially some features, some transaction registry, lexicon, secondary storage, and all of this. To mention a few examples. You can neglect this and it's perfectly fine. I also do that most of the time now. But you need a certain amount of dominance, of expertise. Not on the paradigm, but on the tool. That's why I really suggest to do the course, the Possible Guide to SuperMemo, at any stage. If you have used SuperMemo for a decade, it's very likely you still get a lot of value from that. You're gonna skip videos, or if you will, you're gonna start on the second cycle right away. If you think you won't have much holes. So that has, wait, sorry, I was ready to say goodbye. I still have about 50 seconds left of the video. Let's continue.
Are stronger, that may seem. And I completely disagree today, as mentioned sometime in this video. So those are the pros of learning in public. So I was able to retrieve those videos. Hope this video has been useful as a recap. Learn from my own mistakes. Noob.
I hope so, and also it's very comprehensive. So you have this video of my completionist reacting to my master. You have the master reacting to the Fluent. It's the video I'm reacting to. Some parts, of course, are not being recorded now in the reaction, so feel free to check it out. And then I also have those videos. That is my Fluent self reacting to my Noob self, which I will put them together for convenience. So, even if SuperMemo is extremely niche, I think that's why my videos are more valuable, because of the scarcity. It's not because it's me, it's because of the scarcity. The rarer the gem, the most valuable it will be, right? No, not many in Earth. Oh, this makes a lot more value already, even if it's not pretty. Then, it's not that I have comprehensive, that I have first the raw footage, raw, literally. Then the recaps, and that's the thing, I have the recaps of milestones. First, I think after first day, first week, first month, 2 months, 3 months, then half a year, 8 months, because I did a lot of changes and I considered it was worth. So it's not necessarily 1 year, 2 years that I did later. Sometimes it's 3 years and a half. That is was, hey, I will wait until I have something meaningful to say, regardless of what it is. Not because it's a round milestone of 4 years, I have to say something, if you know what I mean. So I have those that we haven't seen yet. I will try to react to those. Let's see if it's useful. Or I will just do collage and put everything all combined without any reaction. And that's golden nugget, because keep in mind, this, what I said at the beginning, is the same video. So is the raw footage, my Fluent self reacting to the raw footage of the Noob, then my master self reacting to my reaction of the raw footage, and now reacting of the reaction of the reaction of the raw footage. So the only thing we are covering here is the raw footage of the early stage, the first month, nothing else. Some of the milestones that I have. So look at this. It's also what I consider could be useful. Impressions after the first time, the first weekend, after a month, 2 months, then 3 months. Whoop, this is duplicated. The things I did that I split collections, I merged them again, or something more specific that I have been underusing concepts, stuff like this. The stats, 8 months, 1 year. It's also duplicated, oh my god. And this is my most watched video in my channel. Meaning, even if it's just 5 minutes, meaning people actually want this or they see it useful. That's why I want to do something all-encompassing and all of the layers, so you all understand the decisions and why it was right when I was a noob, why this was a good thing to do then, perhaps not now, and stuff like this. And for instance, I did language learning at the beginning, then I did stuff for years, then I went back. What is the difference before and after? My domain with SuperMemo was a lot greater. Is there some difference? And all of this. So instead of what I will tell myself, if I will start over, is what I will tell to you if you start today. SuperMemo is a different scope. So a long reaction, a reaction to myself. It is a long video. Let me know if you have reached the end. I will be surprised. I will say the stats. I cannot know if one person has seen the entire thing, but at least if one person have seen every single second of the video, at least, but with different people involved.
Newbie mistakes, that was the original playlist. Learn from my newbie mistakes. So now I can say, learn from my Fluent mistakes, or journeyman.
Now learn from my master mistakes, which I did some still, but more than mistakes, learn from my expertise. And remember, I have put all of this time, the time I will do for the recording, to share this for free. So I appreciate if you get some value, you donate. And now it's time for one last phrase. See you incrementally.
Today will be special. I realized that there is a video that I started editing and I never published. I use DaVinci Resolve to edit my videos. Those are the videos that I edit more recently. Those two I never published are from November. But look at this. Meta recap. It's a bit, I don't even have the file. It was like half an hour. But I do remember what it was. So I reacted to videos on this playlist. Learn from my newbie mistakes with SuperMemo. Sadly, those videos haven't had much views. And I think they were actually helpful in avoiding what to do as a noob. So I decided, hey, let's do a recap of this much later, when I considered that I mastered SuperMemo. So now what I'm going to do, since I cannot edit that video because the raw file has been lost, imagine it's been so long, I will react to myself, reacting to my noob self. So I could say that now that I have read all of the documentation of SuperMemo, let's say that I achieved mastery with SuperMemo. Not incremental reading, necessarily. SuperMemo as a software. The hard skills. Now I could say I'm a master. And I could see my Fluent self, the one in the video, that I'm reacting to my newbie self. So it's me reacting to myself. And I will just go with the playlist. There are 18 videos. Now I see is in the opposite order. It starts with the last one. Well, I will go manually. Okay. So I needed to change my positioning. It's not the best because of the microphone. It will be best at the opposite side. But well. Now you will see my face more than once. How I even aged it across the videos. So that's the first video. This is me reacting with the session I did with Rush, which was not my first day. I already used SuperMemo 15 some months ago by myself, and he offered to do the session, so why not? And then I also proposed to record it, to share it online. So that is day one of the collection that I have today. I don't keep anything older than that, because it was just to understand SuperMemo. There was no meaningful usage of the collection. Yeah, that's a good point. My past self made is that I no longer use this terminology. So it's funny that Raj more or less avoided a lot of terminology that is only on the niche of SuperMemo. New flashcard instead of item and stuff like this. Item is active recall. Yes, but not necessarily, because you create the close deletion. You make the close deletion, therefore you create the item. But then you can edit the item, so it's just passive. If you use SuperMemo for language learning, you can have a sentence with a highlighted word, let's say, and you just have to passively remember the meaning of that word. You're not recalling the word, unlike the Advanced English collection. So most of the time. And Alt N to create a new topic or new note. And I never use that. And Alt A as well. I actually never use this. Unless I do something quick because I'm recording a video, but for my genuine usage, I never use those shortcuts. Yeah, precisely. Another video I shared recently about the splitting. So in this case, it's incremental learning, and what will happen is that it's very likely you will import this article at the very beginning of your SuperMemo experience. And what Rush suggested is to split, but you don't split just for the first header or section, but all of them. So here you can see, for instance, 2.3.1.1.2. You will flatten all of this hierarchy, and you create like 700 or almost 500 children, which is not the best experience. Yeah, you can see here. Some will be dummy because it's one header after another, but look at the scroll bar, and how many children. So imagine how messy now the intervals and the priorities are. If it's at the very beginning, I will split it, but only for the general chapters. So what is incremental learning? PUM, incremental reading, and so on. So only by the header 1, or whatever header is using. So it's more manageable. And ironically, what is my past self said still true today. I haven't used spread anymore. And by the way, I still have the book of the Daily Stoic. And guess what? I haven't finished it yet. It's been longer than a year. And I will go extra mile, and I would say that not even 2024 I will finish it. Oh yeah, good point, previous self. So basically, it's what now I call is multi-level extracting. That I always say that I am a heavy extractor. That's way too much. And yes, in this case, I will not split, even if it was header 1, header 3, or whatever tag that is consistent, and I can use the custom split for that. I will still do it manually. So with the extract, and then the next repetition, I will extract, let's say, incremental learning easier, ensures 95% recall, blah, blah, blah. Next repetition, incremental reading ensures head recall, blah, blah, blah. More or less, more manual. Yeah, okay. So I don't do this has changed across time. So now let's say that my threshold is a lot less than before. So now what I use is even the built-in Ctrl-Shift arrow up or down to increase or decrease the priority by just a tiny bit. So this don't even require an auto hotkey to have your own heuristic ranges of priorities. So now let's say this article is 33%. I think it's kind of blurry in the screen. And I think instead of 33, that is 30, I will change it. It's 3%. This is massive. But in this case, the collection was still tiny. So the 33% means 138 position. So now my collection is larger. So 33% will mean 10,000 and something. So even though the conclusion is that now I do care about decimals. At the very least, the first one for this range. If it's in the high range, the red, I will even specify more. So for instance, point 11 or point 19, hey, that makes a difference. Too much difference in this very high level. And I do always work in this level of priorities because I always keep several topics in this very high priority range. The first 10 elements in my collection because I want them to show up every single day in my repetitions. Oh, good point. So here, still my past self was struggling with the extremely fossilized key bindings in Spanish. Now there's no issue. Now English, it has been the default for many years. Now it will be the opposite. Now I have to think twice, process, wait. Shift is, it's Mayus in my computer. I don't know if you can see it. Tab, block Mayus, and Control. So now it's the opposite case. So good to know that this is just, it takes some time, but you eventually automate this as well. All of my flashcards now, they have Control Shift and whatever. I use English only. And here, so here's one example that by default, I have English. And then the equivalent in the Spanish QWERTY layout, it will be this character, the minus, not the open square bracket. So this already tells a lot now that I have to specify, Spanish, activate Spanish flag, don't go to the automatic English. Yeah, same as now. I logged my sleep for a while, for some months, then I see that, it's always the same pattern repeating, or different patterns, and that's it. So I was not getting any new information, so I stopped, and up to today, I haven't continued, and I'm pretty sure I will never do, unless I have some sleep issues in the future. By the way, I'm kind of surprised it took me so long until the end of the video. Look at my previous selves. I'm still using the same headphones. Oh my god! At the very least 4 years of those headphones. So ironic. And the same glasses, by the way. Which back in the day, in 2020, they were kind of recent, those glasses. So well, the point I just made still is true. And this even gets stronger because of the course of knowledge. Now that I know even more than my previous self, my Fluent self. Now I see that if today I will learn this what I did in the video, which was about 2 hour long session, I will do it in 10 minutes. It's so simple. But now it's because it has been like automated. It's been great. I don't have to think this and that. So I think that become even stronger than before. That took me 40 hours overall to understand the basics and the flow and so on. Oh my god, now I have a really hard time. So back then, my Fluent self had a hard time believing my newbie self. But now, that's even greater. I still have a greater time believing myself. But now even my Fluent self, I perceive it as a noob. That, bro, you're still slow. It takes you a lot of time to realize all of those things and to acquire the skills. It's not that I'm dismissing myself. It's that, you have to create concept maps and so on. So this takes a while. There's no other way. Incremental is the way. Incrementally built there. But when you look in retrospective, it doesn't feel like much. And at the end of the day, incremental reading is not that much. It's not about what you learn. It's what you have to unlearn. All of the misconceptions, mental models, and even the cognitive dissonance you have to face when you truly understand what incremental reading is. Which is not reading incrementally. It's much more than that. So that's the first video, the session with Rush. Let's see how this continues. Okay, something obvious. I will also mention something that is not that related to SuperMemo, but there's a reason for that. First, it's ironic that I had like this logo that I made with my name, my full name, but I just call it Pleasurable Learning. There's no Pleasurable Learning SuperMemo on the logo. Ironic, right? Which now it's Pleasurable Learning once again, because I will be including more stuff that is not SuperMemo. It won't be exclusive to the topic of SuperMemo anymore. And I always used my translated name, William Palas, which from now on I will use my real name, Guillem Palau, and Salva, because in Spain you inherit both surnames, your father and your mother, not just the first, like the English-speaking countries. Okay, this collection is from my Fluent self, not the Noob self. So still then, I was using templates, especially cosmetic, that was not changing the amount of components or stuff like this. And I was even doing some scripting so I could generate CSS within the HTML. So here I was still not using plain text for my items, which I did, I think in 2022, and I still do it. But on top of that, I don't use any cosmetics. All of my templates are a plain color. And now, 2024, my master self, I only use one single template for items, and one for topics. No color, no styling. For topics, yes, HTML, so I can have the links and so on, but not for items. So I used, upon recommendation of Raj, the article parser from Xander, a user of SuperMemo and a community member. But then I stopped using it because I realized that some text, and especially some images, were stripped down sometimes. And I couldn't find out what was the actual cause or the pattern. So at the end of the day, I just didn't use it because I didn't want to lose those details. And now SuperMemo 19 has included this. You can use this article parser within SuperMemo 19 if you want to. Bear in mind, first, this is being sent to a web page, to a third party, so keep in mind the privacy. And second, it's still the same issue as today. But it's ironic that now it's a built-in feature. Of the just a few new features of SuperMemo 19 had to be this. Okay, good to know, but there are not more important bugs to be fixed, in my opinion. Master how to learn. He's no longer a SuperMemo user. He moved to Obsidian. Okay, it's not the same case, I think. Now I'm not sure because it's Master how to learn the incremental writing. Okay. Even though, now SuperMemo 19, what it has a new feature. So you see here, the mode, you have HTML, YouTube, the video I'm watching from myself, and Guru. So now, when you import something from Guru, now the images work. That was so tedious, extremely tedious to do every time. You know, I read all of the entire Wikipedia, SuperMemo documentation from their wikis. And every time I wanted a screenshot, especially if I had a graph, I had to go there manually and copy and paste because you get only the thumbs every time. So now this no longer applies. You can freely do it. It just needed for years this to be fixed. Oh my god. And now that it's fixed, I don't need it because I have read everything already. What a pain. Okay, so here are the stats of my Fluent self. So my collection is not even a year. So I thought my Fluent self was even older than I expected. I would even guess a year. Not even that. I look at the memorized items per day, 44 per day. Now I have 5. Look at the total number of elements, almost 90,000. Now I have 6,000 something. Because I don't do language learning. But look at the retention rate. Oh my god. And I only did 17,300 reps. And now in this backup, I have 169,000. Such a change. Oh, exactly 6,100 items. But the point is that I'm getting more value. So even if I have less items, the quality of the items are a lot higher. And the applicability of those items is also higher. So not because I have more items means I know more or it will be much useful, that knowledge. It's not a correlation at all. That's the example I meant. So you have the incremental loading manual and the images were not downloading. A stack at 0% with the thumb was back. Oh my god. So if you watched this in 2024 with SuperMemo 19, now at least you know that before it was even more painful to go through the documentation. Yeah, this stays true. What my Fluent self says almost 3 years ago stays true. I don't use tasks anymore in SuperMemo. I learned how to do them. I had several task lists at the same time, but I use Notion for that now. Yeah, that's an example of a setting I never changed since last time when I recorded this video. So, I haven't used this since last time I recorded that. When I recorded that, my Fluent self, I haven't used this for real since then. How come I'm going to use a translation registry? Or the phonetic transcription registry? Never. So those settings are useless. And there are components, there's nothing you can choose from. And editing components, obviously you want to click on edit. So this become useless, those settings. Yeah, okay, here that's a difference. So with SuperMemo you don't have a spell check. There's a feature to use the spell checker of Microsoft Word, but that's not a feature I can use. And yeah, since I don't have a spell corrector, what I noticed across time that yeah, I do typos here and there. There are always typos. But the typos is not because I don't know how to spell it right, but because it was during the sequence of the key presses. If it happens that I don't know how to spell it, and I spot, hey, that's actually a mistake, I will create a flashcard so I remember the spelling. But yeah, there are many typos in my collection. That no longer stays true. I would even say the opposite. Now sometimes I only recall a word in English and I have to use a translator that, oh, how do you say this in Spanish or Catalan, both my native languages? Because it's been perhaps 10 years last time I used that word. I produced that word in my brain in that language. So it makes sense that the recall takes forever. Okay, so the third day was kind of short, and the average time was 7 seconds, which is kind of high. Because at this point, I was not doing and repetitions per item and per topic. This has changed, obviously. So now I have more than 4 reps per average for every single item. And 1.6 per topics. It's not that high because I'm a heavy extractor. So therefore, most of what I extract is 1 repetition away to create the close deletion. And if I do it the second repetition, what will happen that I will apply done. So that repetition won't be counted anyways. Oh my god! I almost forgot I used to use pink color for close deletion in Anki for many, many years. because it was a lot easier for the color contrast over black than the aqua or the blue color. Wow, wow! It's not that I forgot. I haven't had this present in my memory for a long time. Yeah, it was pink. And if you watch my newbie self, I was wearing pink as well, the shirt. Wow! I also forgot I did this intermission in my videos at some point because I lost my job in the academia because of the COVID and so on. So then let me get some income from this if I could. And I had the Twitter, which I was never active at the end of the day. I also wanted to stream my sessions, which I did like 3 times, and that's it. And I still, even today, I still have those links in my YouTube videos because that's a setting in my channel that this is pre-appended every time. I don't write it down myself. And I have a Patreon that, yes, it's a still app. It's a still app, but I think there are only 2 people for $1 or $2. So it's not much, so I still appreciate it. And what I will do is that I will change it so the Patreon will be just for fighting education freedom, not just pleasurable learning. Because the intention now is to do the SuperMemo course, so that will be more for profit, even though the profit will be close to none. Not even sure if I will even... I'm not even sure it will be enough to break even, the amount of hours I will put on the project. Yeah, it has also changed that since the very beginning, I had the knowledge tree on my left instead of my right side, where the stats are, more or less. And it has been true for my newbie self and for my fluent self, but not for the master self, the current, let's say. That, nope, no knowledge tree anymore. I use the ancestors window, and as you can see, my newbie self is not using the ancestors window at all, which makes sense. Usually this comes later. Oh my god, now I should bite my tongue, because 1 minute after the later in the video, I do use the ancestors. Oh my god. But even though I haven't had the habit to take a peek in the ancestors. Cool. That's everything for the 4th video. Let's go dig into the 5th. Yeah, good point. And it's so ironic because most of the time I use SuperMemo, I use SuperMemo without glasses. You may ask why. Because I use the laptop and I position the laptop within my threshold, so I can still see correctly. That's not true. So now I should face like this. Let me check. It's in this distance. I don't need glasses at this distance, but I'm not that close. So in this distance, it becomes blurry. So I need the glasses. So it's funny that you may think that I always use glasses for the computer, or at least SuperMemo. And reality is, it's actually the opposite. It's almost never I use SuperMemo with glasses. Yeah, picture import. One of the examples that, yeah, I use this feature for the sake of learning how to use it, but I never use it in real life. I think that was just YouTube. No meaningful use of this feature at all. Wait. Oh my god. Tell me the odds. So recently, what I did, which I have a video pending for this, is that I do a subset of my longest intervals, so the topics that have the longest intervals. And let's see what was sent to oblivion that I will never see again, because the interval is above 1,000 days. So regardless of the priority, if it's 20 or 50 or 70, I won't see that again. And one of the topics that I invested time was cognitive inertia. And yeah, I noticed that it was imported in August 2020. And I remembered, hey, wait, this is when I started the YouTube channel, more or less. I don't know the specific date, the day, but I remember the month. And here it is. It's one of the funny things that when you learn in public, this is on record. Wow. So I'm watching the video when I watched the video when I imported this. Wow. Wow. And by the way, reason I wanted to pause the video is because it took me about 10 hours to change the theme. The skin of SuperMemo. Which is not the one I use, but it's better already. Okay, so that was all. So let's continue with the 6th day, or session, I should say. This is short. Okay, so what's happening now? As I see my newbie self, is that look at the position of the question and the answer. They are too far away. So, and I was using this very same device. It's the same screen. The monitor is the same. Even the machine, everything is still the same. This computer is like 12 or 13 years old. Now, my template. Remember, I have a video on that quite recently. That I have first the images and then the text. So therefore, the question is in the middle of the screen already. And then I have the answer. So I don't have much of the eye movement to do to analyze question and answer. But here, they are so far away. Oh my god, now I don't know if it's like muscle memory, but now it's like, hey, I'm not used to this movement. My muscles have to work too much. I'm not saying this because I'm lazy, that, I have to move this muscle, contract this muscle. No, it's because it's not efficient. If I can scan like, it's much more efficient for me than looking way a lot farther away. And what happens is I use items with just plain text. I don't have all of that. I don't have the references because for whatever reason are only shown when it's an HTML component, not a text component. You're gonna still check those, but they're not present on your face every single time, which I appreciate, by the way. Oh, that makes sense. So you can tell here that my noob self still doesn't get incrementalism at this stage. Because first I decide, hey, I'm done. I consider the session as done today. And I will wrap up with doing the notes and so on. So I still have these discrete stages of the learning. First this, then the session, wrap up, do this later. Next time I see, I will start with my notes and so on. Now I don't do this anymore. I don't know how much I do it like this. At least I can guarantee that my Fluent self, the smaller head here speaking, didn't do that already. So now what I do is that I will do it within the topic, the element. So I do it super more atomic and incrementally. And that will be when I do the rep. I don't have to stop, hey, I'm done for today, and everything on that time. It's good to know, because I will not have realized that I was doing this. So if I had no video, and I was just recalling from memory, I would have never said this, that I was using SuperMemo like this. To wrap up a SuperMemo session, what is this? I'm impressed. Okay, something I noticed, a pattern here, that I finished the video super abruptly, so I don't even know when the video is going to finish, because I don't say, hey, see you incrementally, see you later, see you next time, or whatever. It's just, boom, no transition. Then, 7th day. Yeah, so the YouTube video was super buggy, this computer never actually worked, and it worked in my laptop of back in the day. I no longer have that laptop, and now with SuperMemo 19, also other bugs and so on. So what I decided is that I went fully local, and I had only local videos for, I don't know, quite a long time, that then I used the secondary storage, so I can use I could use the Git backup solution, because obviously with Git you don't want to sync the videos because the file size is too large. But what I did at the end of the day is I moved on. It doesn't compensate, so now I have the topic with the link, and I watch it in YouTube with my account, so it remembers where I left the last time I see that in the with the red bar, and that's it. Not optimal, but I mean the friction was too high, so I prefer this than win with friction every single day. Wow, I was using the final drill. Yes, because I could. So I only did like 90 reps. So you run out of, look at the priority retention. At the priority protection, 100%. That meant that I was doing all of the outstanding items. But that's for the topics. So at day 9 of the collection, I didn't finish the topics already. So imagine, just a few days, it's enough. And you will never finish this outstanding. Unless you cheat, for instance, with how to postpone, or auto postpone, that you change the date. So therefore it's the same. You haven't done the repetitions that were scheduled for that day. You just change the date to 0, but it's the same. You're not doing it. That means information overflow is unavoidable, inevitable. Yeah, I haven't checked this. The 4D graphs and so on. As a user, that doesn't tell you much or any. So now I have more data. I have almost 3 years and a half, between 3 years and a half and 4 years worth of data. So the plots are more meaningful, but now I do care about a lot less than before because, yeah. What insight do I get here? Templates. Oh my god. Also what I'm noticing is that, yes, I was speaking English, and even today I mispronounce some words. But templates, not templates. Oh my god. And look at how many, look at the so weird typos. Different components. Anf instead of and. So those are typos that are super obvious. Now, as I mentioned, I do typos, but not those kind of typos. Not that obvious. Because I was relying so heavily on the auto spell checker. Okay, 8th day. Okay, so here were my conclusions. I can tell that my noob self is wrong. It's not Internet Explorer per se, it's the it's that tool, TLL and HTML.dll. Oh my god, that was a mouthful. And stuff like this. That is, yeah, it's like some kind of stripped version of Internet Explorer. It's even less than that, than Internet Explorer. And look at that. I call it a card, not an item. So I spent like a week, more than a week, but I was still using the Anki terminology. And at that time, I wanted to import my Anki decks, which I did at the end of the day. And then I delete everything. It's not worth the trouble. Because of the better algorithm with the added friction. So I just deleted everything and continued in Anki. Well, same as before. When I did the subset of my highest intervals, sunk cost was also one of them. And I remember the image. Can you guess what I did? I removed this image. It's the sunk cost fallacy. Oh my god. So ironic in SuperMemo. Now it no longer applies. So I think that's so ironic. Because now, even if I invested tons of time, screw it. It's not worth my time anymore. Too much friction. So I spend a lot of time making this pretty, or my Anki decks to have a very nice layout and hierarchy in the knowledge tree, and so on. And I spent hours importing this, because that took forever, like 18 hours. An import needed like 8 hours or 12 hours in SuperMemo because of the massive amount of media files and so on. That took forever. And after all of that, just get rid of this. Yes. Something I learned with incremental reading is the sunk cost fallacy to overcome that. And now is no big deal. No big deal. Now, I could say this is one of the soft skills that it took me a while. So my fluent self was still a victim of the sunk cost fallacy. Not anymore. That's for the better, by the way. Day 9. Yeah, and this is when I did all of the styling. Such a trouble for no benefit. You should not care. I still here cared as a Nike user about the HTML to have this prettified. I want this key binding to be shown as a keyboard. Even though I failed because in SuperMemo most of the CSS is not rendered because it's super primitive to support. I still wanted that. Oh my god. And then I just get rid of all of that. Look at this, inline HTML with CSS. Oh my god. Okay, 20 hours to customize the cosmetics because I only did change the theme and that was it. Like this black, green, and then this gray, light gray. And then I used the gray as inside the component. That took me 20 hours. And now I haven't did any meaningful change in the last 2 years. I actually have a recent video on that I only changed the extracted color and not much in years. Wow, such an inception. So what I said, just a reminder that I'm shooting the videos straight next to each other. I'm not shooting these incrementally. So for me, everything I said in this video, it's recent for me. Oh my god. So what I said a while ago, that it's funny that the sunk cost fallacy into the article I imported about cognitive inertia. It's good to have this on record. I said that! So my fluent self said that when watching my newbie self. I don't remember seeing that. I don't remember this fact. And I edited that video 2 years ago. And that was like gone. Like, hey, I'm saying this because I thought it was new. And it was worth mentioning. Now I realize that some videos later, at the number 10, that was being said already. I said this already. And I edited this video saying that. So it had some kind of repetition there. A more conscious repetition that is become passive because I'm just listening to myself, not just thinking what to say. Wow, I'm impressed of the forgetting. Something that you learn with SuperMemo is the increased awareness of the forgetting process. And you can rely that my noob self is relying so much with the knowledge tree. And I click manually, pam, pam, pam. So instead of using the go to the parent, next sibling, and so on, all of the key bindings, I use the mouse. Well, I never do that anymore. For my genuine usage, I don't have this workflow anymore. Okay, so here was a bag. When you have a window that opens but it's off your screen, that could be the case if you use Git backup solution and one computer has a higher resolution than the other. Then what's going to happen is that that window is in a position that falls outside. It's there, but your monitor cannot represent that. And there's no way for you to know what to click because it's out of the scope, and there's no easy way to readjust the position with the keyboard. So now I realized that that was the issue. And then when I did some tutoring, other people had the same thing, the same issue. So I used an auto hotkey script to detect the window and just reset the position at 00, so in the corner. so then you can rearrange it in the position to what you want. A small touch, but even my Fluent self back then had no idea of this simple detail. That now for me it's a simple detail, because now I know the reason. So nothing more here. Keep in mind the original video was 2 hours and a half. The recap was 7 minutes. And now I don't know, once I edit this, it will be even shorter. So, video 11. I no longer zoom in or zoom out text. The size I use is quite large. So, if I read in the browser, I won't be using that font, that large. Now I use 18 points, not pixels, points, and because I use this font. Depending on the font, it looks smaller than other ones, but you can see that it's a lot larger than the knowledge tree. Wow, yeah, I remember this. I forgot the details that I used this. Up to 7 levels. Oh my god. So the deck hierarchy Nanki was creating the context. More or less what will be the knowledge tree, or no, in this case the ancestors window. So, we create a reading that comes from Guru, this article, the learning will be the concept, the article, neural creativity cycle, neural aspects will be the extract, and that's the lazy close. You can see the pink color. I always used pink. Now because the video is compressed, it may look more purple, but it's pink. And the image. So that was my effort to still use Anki at all times. And it was so painful that's why I started using SuperMemo, because I cannot manage my collection. I don't keep track of everything I still have pending to finish processing, Ankifying, and reading. Oh my god. I no longer have this. I deleted all of that, by the way. So at this point, 2 weeks is when I started with English, the Advanced English collection. That later, yeah, I will import it, I will merge it with my collection, I will split it back, and so forth. Oh, that's nice. So here you can see that my intention, I was dismissing this item instead of deleting it. Why should I care about the keep binding to import email if I don't use incremental email at all in SuperMemo? Because I wanted to list all of the possible key bindings in SuperMemo. Yeah, I also remember that at some point I invested my time to the captions. And had to invest quite a lot of time because my pronunciation was not that good. So the AI was quite wrong very often. But yeah, based on the view can and so on is, yeah, I'm spending way too much time for this. So I no longer do it. This could change in the future. Once I open the scope of this channel, let's say I have, I don't know, some thousand people watch the video and are not native speakers, and the captions could help them. But for now, those videos have been online for 2 years, and they have like 30 views. So I spend, in this case it's 2 minutes, but if it's 15 minutes, 10 minutes, this will take several hours to do the captions. That's why I stopped doing the captions. Yeah, experimenting, but at the end of the day, I deleted everything. But it was still a good practice to fully understand how SuperMemo works with the imports, exports, the Unicode, especially when you have other languages and stuff like this. And since you don't have multiple cards for one note in Anki, you have to decide the hierarchy, all of that. I will still do it again if I could travel in time. Even if I don't keep anything of that. Other than the learning. Yeah, how naive I was. Yeah, especially useful with their images. Yeah, not useful. I haven't used this feature since I recorded this video. Not the original one, when I was a newbie, but when I was fluent in SuperMemo. Now just for all. If you could crawl, navigate to this, pam, like in Obsidian or some personal knowledge management, yes, not the case. So, yeah, Bit Shelter no longer works because of Windows 11. Even though no worries, as long as you use the Git backup solution, that's more than you need to. And please do backup your collection. Don't wait until you mess up with your collection. I never use delete ever can. Yet another feature that I never use. Because with my flow, I don't need it. But at least I know how it works, all of the settings, and all of that. Parameters, criteria. Okay, so now I'm seeing one of the conventions that I had back in the day to have the folders in capital letters, and then within those folders I will have the concepts. I no longer do that. You have seen the recent video as well about the minimum concept principle that I follow now. Yeah, unnecessary. All of those special templates just for the type, unnecessary, because at the end of the day you just use the text with your conventions. It's a lot much quicker. You don't waste your time setting different templates. It's not worth it. It's just cosmetic at the end of the day. So everything in those 3 minutes that I shared, hey, this is important, this is the golden nugget, as my fluent SuperMemo self is a golden nugget. Now for me, this is not a golden nugget. It is still worth sharing, obviously. It's, hey, you can do this, you can do that, but as an expert now is, no. Be more efficient and just do text in the question side, so you know it's an also known as or true or false question. That's it. Then last video, last recap of my last footage, and I'm seeing that it's getting dark, so my chroma key, it's messy, sorry about that. I was not aware it will take so long. I'm doing this one shot. Yeah, all of the stats are better. 25 items per day, 700 items in the first month, but yet taking into account that I was doing language learning as well. Wow, yeah, the opposite is true. So that was my intention as my fluent self. Hey, let's go extra mile, be extremely systematic, and do, like, for instance, this case, the universal decimal classification. So I have everything. I can guarantee that in case I don't know what I did, I will consult this standard so I know where it goes. Geography, theoretical geography, typological, comparative, normative, applied geography, That is way too much effort, way too much nesting, not required. Because at the end of the day, SuperMemo, it's a learning tool. It's not a knowledge management tool or to classify books, text, resources, like in a library. It's just learning, so this doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. And there's no one single solution. Depends on what you do and how important it is. So for me, religion, here I did the first level, according to this standard. But for me, religion, that will be the entire thing. I don't need to specify, because I think even today, I only have like 50 elements about religion, and that's it. And science and knowledge is huge. I have a lot of stuff there. And I will just use my own criteria. That what deserves a concept is large enough, high priority enough, and that's it. So I abandoned that idea completely. Now I see that I also use that web import as a node. Node, not note, but node with D, N-O-D-E. And this is that's a complete mess. So I suggest to always import using a hook concept, hook So you can use that to do, or in my case, I call it import, because then it will become a complete mess. Yes, you can import several articles in the same time, but just by date, that doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, so here finishes. So overall, yeah, I met my expectations that my newbie self was flawless. I will do things very differently now, as expected. I was kind of surprised at my fluent self. There are less differences, but there are some key differences that are stronger that may seem. And I completely disagree today, as mentioned sometime in this video. So those are the pros of learning in public. So I was able to retrieve those videos. Hope this video has been useful as a recap. Learn from my own mistakes. Newbie mistakes, that was the original playlist. Learn from my newbie mistakes. So now I can say learn from my fluent mistakes. Or journeyman. More than just newbie. But still not a master. So it's almost night now. It hasn't been incremental, that was worth it.
Actually, the first video I uploaded on YouTube when I did my first session with Raj using SuperMemo 18 back in last August, about 8 months ago. And I have one idea to react to that video. So let's see how I learn how to use SuperMemo. We'll do a ninja skill now. Go! Kagebunshi no jutsu! Here I am. So I will just play the video. It's just a local video on VLC. I'm not using, oh my god. You can tell the editing, there's no editing whatsoever. That was done, recorded on my laptop, which is a Huawei very low end. You cannot even hear my audio. When I say unedited, it's extremely unedited. That's the raw. Yeah, obviously I will be skipping around. I won't watch the entire 2 hours. So first is the layout, okay. Because that computer screen had high dense resolution, and that's the ABC collection. Okay. Save it with name. Yeah, I haven't done that after that. This. So I did this the first day, and that's it, because in this computer when I'm using now, it's not high resolution, so I didn't need to do that. So many Yankees, bro, my god. I remember I had some issues with shortcuts, this keyword, and some keys are off, are different. So first we covered the shortcuts, okay, I'm pretty familiar now with that. Passive material, the active recall.
Control N and Alt N are a little bit different.
Well, instead Control D, more than ignore element, I would say dismiss. And which are caveats to this. New flashcard.
Okay.
Now I will call I won't call that flashcard. I will say element, topic, or item.
Yeah.
Grid after cursor. So that was a paragraph about how to collection of knowledge. Yeah, so it's how to make the extract with all X. Make the close selection. Oh man, I think just to serve some respect to the viewers, I will edit the original video, because I can cut parts even if it's already on YouTube. I will take my hours. I don't know how long it will take, because it's raw. It's a raw version, bro. Priorities, very important right away, which I ended up underusing. That's incremental reading article, incremental learning article, and the article parser. Controls of formulation, the import, references, which I wouldn't suggest to do this approach. I have seen in SuperMemopedia that you lose the synchronization. So what you want to do is use the shortcuts, Alt T, Q, and so on to edit those. The article. I'm so used to do that now.
And I wouldn't have done this today. Today, I will have split by hitting 1, inside this one hitting 2, and so on until 3 or 4, depending on the duration, the extension. For instance, here you have up to 5 levels. I don't think 5 would be needed, but I will try to keep the structure instead of doing everything in one single thing, one single level of hierarchy, which I think this article is about 500 long, something like that, I recall. Okay, that I think that was for getting the elements, topics in this case, by order, sequential order.
Yeah. So click on the button to the top left, and then click the button right next to the button to the top left. Top left. Upper.
Top left, bro.
No, above that.
My
Yeah,
God!
click the button. No, up. That's not it.
Face palm.
No, don't close that. Don't close that. Yeah, and then click learning. Spread.
Ah, it's a spread with it. Okay.
Yeah. Let's just be conservative with how much time you're going to be putting in. Let's say like it's an hour a day. Then maybe you can do...
Interesting. He suggested 1 hour a day to be conservative. And in the first month, I recall I did 5 to 6 hours a day. So I did a lot more of that.
30 new elements
Obviously, I had more months that I did just an hour or less than an hour because I was too busy. Even if SuperMemo was high priority.
per day. So put in 30. And no, this will climb very fast.
Oh, so nostalgic is that I did record one video using the spread not long ago, like a week ago. The books, the Daily Stoic book. Wow, and I used this in the first day, and that was actually the only day I did it, the very first day. I never actually used the spread once again until last week, so almost 8 months.
And then press update. Yeah, so what do you want to do with it? Memorize it? Add it?
Which, by the way, that was one tiny mistake, because we imported the printable version, which is not up to date. That's what it's telling you in the same article. So if you really want to be exactly everything up to date, because it's changing very frequently, don't import the printable version. Go past the article to get rid of the styling, or most of the styling, and that's it. Here's a noob. It doesn't matter. Everyone has to learn. That's the first day. Don't be daunted by the difficulty of SuperMemo.
Memorize it?
Oh, that's the default styling in SuperMemo? I'm so used to my black over gray. So what I will do today is actually not this. I will be, perhaps, if this is a header, I will be doing a split, or doing the Alt-Shift-H manually and do the split, or either do the manual extracts. But I won't do. For me, that's not one final extract. That's too much information in one single piece. My particular case in my preference is to still split further the information, especially this article, which is very easy to split and very easy to read paragraph with no context whatsoever. That's one habit that still I haven't acquired. It has to be very different of the actual priority to increase it or decrease it. Oh, I'm getting lots of items now that perhaps in the past I thought it was very important, but it's not. Then I used the browser to set the priority very low or substantially lower. Let's say 3 or 5, which is very high, to 60 or 50 or whatever. And the opposite is, oh, I ended up looking for something in my collection and I saw that the priority was very low, let's say 90 or 85, and I increased it to 20. Or that's because I have a huge overdue. I have thousands of topics waiting, outstanding. So priority is key. But the issue is that out of those 7,000, almost I would say just 1,000 have been prioritized. The other thousands elements, topics, have automatic priority that SuperMemo was setting. That's why usually I have to relook research on my collection for every Wikipedia import I did in the past at the very beginning and do the priority. Because at the first months, let's say 2 or 3 months, I haven't actually used the priority queue. So if you're watching this, please use it and learn how to use it, how to get used to it as soon as possible. Especially if you import lots of stuff, which is my case. Yeah, one other thing that I saw is that in this article there are so many internal links. So it's just an internal reference, which it becomes dummy because you cannot not open this. You can, if you hover, you can see this at here. So you don't actually need to click to check it if it's an internal link or not.
Yeah. And give it like something crazy.
Actually, at the very beginning, I did this when I imported elements, articles from Wikipedia about chemistry or physics, especially physics. So I only outlined the definition of some concepts, but I was lacking so much prior knowledge that I put interval of 1,000, 100, 200. Now today they are outstanding once again because 200 days have passed, and I still lack so much that I will need 200 more days. The reason for that is that I have so many stuff in my collection and with priorities that those are kept deprioritized. So I put more stuff before that, and again and again and again. So I'm pushing the queue further and further. So most likely some of those items which I imported at the very first month, I will actually never see those, or at least in the next 10 years, I heavily doubt I will see most of them. That is what happens on incremental reading. Yeah, November. Oh my God, November last year.
Genius by then, so they should be able
That's
to
not
deal
the
with
correct
it very
interval.
well. And just
And that video was recorded on August 12 last year. Because I used SuperMemo 15 about 10 hours by myself. Also in July, I think across, I don't know, within a week or 5 days, something like that. Here I'm having usually a hard time. I also remember of the stuff I didn't watch now today. Because I'm not used to see the shortcuts, the modifiers in English. So for instance, Alt is Alt. We pronounce it as how it's written. And then Shift is Mayus in Spanish. I'll say Alt Mayus A or B or whatever. So I was making time to recall, okay, Shift, translate this in Spanish, okay, this one. Alt, translate this in Spanish, okay, this one, and then F2 or whatever. You can tell my slowness. Which, by the way, I'm not used to this window now, because I use the AutoHotkey script for managing the priorities. Oh man, bless the patience of Raj. I was painfully slow.
I sent you a link on how to set up backup for SuperMemo. So
Backup.
go through it today.
Yep. Yeah, he was saying that to do a backup, which I tried off screen later on, and actually I did had some troubles. But if you see it, please do the backup right away. It doesn't matter if it's the first day, you're not going to lose anything valuable. Please do not wait until you lose something. Here you can see that I use SuperMemo 15. So I installed it not on August or July, but in June. But I think I really haven't used it in August.
And give you cool information.
By the way, I logged my sleep like for months. I don't remember until when. Yeah, just before Christmas, something like that. And that's it. I no longer track my sleep. I'm free running my sleep. It's not 100% ideal because I get noise that it wakes me up, or I had to use the alarm clock for several times for some imposed time things. That was the first thing I did, is open SuperMemo, go to the sleep chart and update the schedule. Yeah, he was telling that do not hesitate to ask in the server, in the Discord server, link in the description. Eventually now I ask some questions that I don't get an answer, a satisfactory answer, because they're so specific, and usually I go to the SuperMemopedia and I get a reply for Wozniak, and yet again it's not a satisfactory answer. It's no, you won't be doing that on SuperMemo, or SuperMemo is not meant to be used that way. You can use external tools or whatever. He now is saying, Bryce is saying to do another call next day, that tomorrow, which we did, and I uploaded on YouTube as well. But I put it on private because the sound was not working. Just like this video, you can almost not hear myself. The second video was the opposite. You can almost not hear Raj, which is the main, well, it's the tutor, it's the voice you want to hear. And it got some, there's no reason to have it online. So that will be until here. The outline seeing now today is, it's so short. Yeah, it's almost 2 hours. Yeah, longer than 2 hours. And what we did is not much, actually. To do topics, items in the knowledge tree, some shortcuts, dismiss it, deprioritize, how to import an article, split that article, then deprioritize some topics again, or put done, or dismiss it, to do extracts, and when close the lessons of those extracts, and that's it. I think in 2 hours. So the rating is, take it slow. For me now today, it seems low density. But when I was new, here, as you can see at this dumb face at the bottom now, is I was in heavy fire because I was very taxing to be memorizing so many shortcuts and also doing those shortcuts in English, because that's the second video I uploaded on this channel, Flexible Learning SuperMemo, which was the second session with Raj, and this video was set as private. It was not useful, and let's see what's funny here on the second day, and I will just do some ninja skill once again. Here I am, let's go. It's a local video, it's on the internet, I mean it's on YouTube, I can watch it on my own video, but I prefer to use VLC. So we did the shortcuts, which actually I don't keep those, I delete those, and I did my own from scratch. Yeah, I have one folder for each modifier, and I'm using this template. Okay, let's go there. And at the beginning I was using the watermark, I no longer use it. Look how I rely on the mouse. Now I do everything on all of these, I do it with keyboard shortcuts. Oh man, I complained that the first video was low, very low density. This video is even lesser. It's 20 minutes, and that's pretty much nothing new to add. Oh, here, so we were building the concepts. So I did one concept for incremental reading or learning, which is now my imports. Incremental writing, I no longer have this concept. I have a dedicated collection for incremental writing. Actually, I have 3, 2 on this computer and 1 on my laptop. The reason for that is that it stays on the laptop. I don't synchronize on the computers. Now we are going with templates. Okay, it's just a background. Go to apply, also put this also, auto apply, click twice. And you can tell that in this video I'm using a different computer from the first session, which is the computer I used in all videos. And you can tell by the background. especially if you have seen my podcast, you will be used to see that background. Look, and here I had the pattern open in the tab, because at that point I had two patterns. Because originally I opened the pattern for Anki, which was very short-lived, I think like 2 weeks or something, and then I move on to SuperMemo. One of the patrons dropped out at the second month, so I kept only one, and that's still the only pattern I have. 8 months in the future, nothing changed. Yeah, changed. He was in the third tier and he moved, I think about 4 or 5 months in, he moved to the lowest tier, and that's it. So no one else joined that pattern. Oh, that's the menu for, wow, I don't even recall doing that. So use the shortcuts. Edit, web import, wow, you can do it this via menu. Okay. Yeah, and at that time, I didn't understood the location, new node, group hook, or child. Which this really come in handy, once you know the difference. At the beginning, I was using new node with is never use it once again. I don't see the utility for doing that. I guess Raj now is discussing this, but I cannot hear it. Wow, the mouse and the menu once again. Oh, that's so odd to see. Here's one caveat with SuperMemo Guru and more stuff on SuperMemo official, is that the pictures doesn't work, especially if they are PNGs. You get the thumb which is empty, so you have to click on the link, copy the picture, go back to SuperMemo, and paste it on the component, the image component, or the template, and then the template will switch to one template having one picture component. Lol, I tell this, Raj is telling me to write this down. My favorite food is pizza. What? Oh man, I'm so sorry for people who invested 2 hours of their time watching this. Without the audio, it really was not informative. And by the stats, I can see that at least 2 people watched the entire thing with no skipping. Surprised. Man, I wish I could do a higher quality production for that. What was that? I'll Ctrl+Shift+1 to make the HTML, to pass the HTML. Yeah. I'm Ctrl+Shift+F12 to plain text. Okay. It's telling me the most useful shortcuts. And indeed, those shortcuts I use most of the time. Isn't Alt-G? Wait a second. It's not cancel grade. Yeah, Alt-G is cancel grade. Maybe it's Ctrl-G? Nope. Or Alt. What I have done? Oh, I kill it? I killed SuperMemo? Wait a second. It opens a different collection, bro. Collection in use? Oh, I see what happened. It's now in the tray. Wow, I actually never used that. Wow, so now, without realizing, I discovered something. So Ctrl+Shift, what I did, G, goes to the tray. Yeah, you can earn some money back. And I noticed that, look at the icon. It's the old icon. It's not using the glove. It's using the SuperMemo 15. Okay, going back to the video. So even up to this day, I'm learning new things. That's the beauty. Oh man, wow factor. Okay, mass import. Yeah, I could do this alone already. I don't know if he's telling me something not in the text. I cannot recall that. Copy and paste. paste, which I do for books. Okay, calendar. Oh, look at that. I have never ever had this low quantity of outstanding. So my official first day from this collection, it's August 12. How many days? Let's see if this is still true. Yep, the first day it's true. 265 days ago. And I noticed that by default, I think you have to knowledge tree at the right side, which for me doesn't work, doesn't make the cut. I need that on my left side. I don't know if that has any correlation of me being left-handed, but for me it's intuitive. It's also the very first things I did next session, which I did alone, the first one alone, was changing the knowledge tree back to the left side. A factor, yeah, I remember that at the beginning, is a factor. R factor is how many factors there are. So that's an example of, okay, I'm missing information here. I cannot understand this paragraph, this excerpt. So I will import what I need in order to understand it. In this case was the A factor. Now I noticed there's a limitation of an interval, or 43,800 days. Mercy. Luckily I haven't used Mercy. It's not recommended to abuse it. Actually I did use it, but just for the sake of using it and see what effect it has in the collection. But I haven't used it for real. And I can tell you now that this color is creating eye fatigue already. It's very bright, very white. I'm very used to the softer gray. 40 minutes that I have now been recording those videos, I have eye constraint already. Task, finally, at the, almost at the end of the second session, so almost 4 hours in is when we tackled the tasks, which still I haven't really used, tried, but is a great caveat is SuperMemo being offline. I cannot sync this in another computer or on the phone. So I mean, if I am in another place, I cannot update the tasks. That's a huge limitation for me. So I am still using Google for that. Reading overload. That's what is happening for me. I think, I don't know how long it took, like, I don't know, a few months. Okay, so I think we're almost done here. What's that? Options. Okay, language. By the way, the translation, you can only translate the basic layout, so it doesn't matter if you're using the only transcription. You can use that if you download the Advanced English Collection. And this, at the very beginning, it doesn't matter, but then you most likely will increase the algorithm alerts, because you will be prompted very often. Okay, and guys, here I'm saying goodbye. Thank you for that. So, not much to add here. A big thank you for Raj. I will keep this video on YouTube private because it's not worth seeing it. And instead of that video, you can watch this one. So my first session I did with SuperMemo, which was actually my first session. So I already had 4 hours worth of sessions with Raj, and doing this reaction video if you are new to SuperMemo to help you tackle the initial difficulties. I was using a very bigger version of the screen for my face. We left about the shortcuts with Raj, and I was adding more myself. Here you can tell that the topics look weird. That's because of the chroma key. I was also beginner on the video editing and capturing the screen. So I was applying the chroma on my computer screen as well. Here what I'm doing is going through the manual, the incremental reading manual, the writing with Master How to Learn and so on. But here I spend an hour and a half strictly going through the manual and related links. As you can tell, here's the first mistake. I was practicing the references, and Michael Nielsen was in the title, but is actually not the author of the article of Master How to Learn. Then I was going through the glossary, and if I was reading the manual, I wanted to import all the hyperlinks to have the entire definition of what a topic is, an item, node, and this kind of thing, which is pretty basic because you start from the very basics. And as you can tell, here I am alone, and I don't even try to do something about cosmetics. I'm using the defaults, and this layout is the layout we did with Rush. At least I'm doing some reformulation, I notice. Some consolations. Just purely about SuperMemo itself. Here I notice that I was using, I was writing down my own questions. It's okay, I failed to do that. For instance, how to navigate between Q&A, so on. And then what I did is asking to the community those questions. And some of them were actually answered on the YouTube video. Basically, the shortcut is this one. The only thing is that I needed to press escape sometimes, and that is what I failed to realize. So if you're new to SuperMemo, when something is not working on the screen, or one shortcut that you're expecting to use, perhaps most likely is because you need to press escape. Another thing I noticed is that here I did take no rest. I did 1.5 hours incremental reading, first time alone, so I was hoping, but I was guessing to get tired, and I did not. And even though always, every day, at the beginning, I did one entire session straight, and I stopped when I wanted to, because I was in, let's say, vacation, some sort of vacation, so I had plenty of time. So I decided when to stop. Here you can tell that I'm trying to learn new things about SuperMemo with what I already know in Anki. For instance, the A factor stands for absolute factor, okay, but what it is. And I noticed, okay, that's the exact same thing as isness in Anki. Also, I was doing some typos at the very beginning because I relied so much on the autocorrector that when I don't have these, I make lots of tiny mistakes, tiny typos. There are cases that it's not the same in Anki. You can say, oh, concepts are more or less like tags. Well, some degree, but it's not the same thing. Or top items are cards and topics are nodes. Technically, you could say that, but no, it's not the same. And what I was doing is grouping the shortcuts styling for the purpose of it. And you can tell I was doing that incrementally. It's okay, I will learn one new shortcut for doing what I'm trying to do, and I will learn it. I know there's so many more shortcuts to be on, but I will get there. There's no hurry. I have been using SuperMemo for almost 1.5 hours, and I only have seen myself doing prioritization once. But I say that I failed to follow one of the recommendations from the community, that is to use prioritization. Priorities are very useful, but you have to build a habit. It doesn't come overnight. So even if I was aware, I ended up underusing priorities. Okay, so another thing that I noticed is that, at least for non-native English speakers, the documentation is adding more difficulty. Because yes, it's about SuperMemo, but it's using some uncommon expression and words that I didn't know, so I have to look for them. This is not perhaps the best example, inflow, because it's kind of basic, but in that moment I didn't know that word. I knew flow, but not inflow. What I will do today is to create the item right away. So okay, I don't know this word, so let me create an item to remember the concept, the meaning of inflow, and how to use it. And I did that. Use either the dictionary or the translator. Usually what I tend to do is to copy the source sentence I found the expression. So here, if I want to create the topic of inflow, I will put inflow of new articles in SuperMemo. Oh, now I get a meaningful example. Here, at least I'm releasing out loud my thoughts. That was the point of the raw footage, which you can still watch it if you really want to. It's on a playlist of raw footage. All the videos are unlisted, so you really need to go there. Here, I will review my day number 4 of SuperMemo. So that session was about 2 hours long. This video will be useful if you're new to SuperMemo, because you could learn from my mistakes, what I struggle with, so you can kickstart your learning experience with SuperMemo. Okay, here finally, it's the first time I changed the layout. That's the warrior layout. It's more or less the same as the professional. And finally, I can see the stats. So here I have already 5 hours and a half in SuperMemo 18. And I only did like 6 items a day. The total elements, it could seem like a lot, 500, but most of them are from the incremental learning topic, which when you split it, it's about 400. The other stuff is about glossaries I imported and so on. The retention is kind of low. Never seen lower than that I could remember. The reason for that, I think, is because I was used in Anki to have steps under 1 day, because I was doing several sessions across the day. And here in SuperMemo is you do it once, and next time you see it, it's next day already. I think that played a role. Also, I noticed I changed the background. Yeah, and what I was doing right away at the start of the session is inputting the times I sleep and wake up. I don't do this from memory. I take notes of that and then input it on SuperMemo. The reason for that is that I was not using my desktop. So just for convenience, I use my phone, and then from my phone, I input it in the computer. One of the things that I noticed is that I was following steps basically of the incremental learning, and I was trying right away. So here I have changing the appearance of close keywords. That's what I did always, is okay, or a new shortcut, or let me try this shortcut, let me try real time, and then if it's useful, I will make extracts or the close selections the way, so I can memorize that. But what is useful, what I suggest you is to try it out with your SuperMemo. It doesn't matter if you screw things up, because your collection is very new, so you have almost nothing to worry about. Here I was using the menu, which I never actually use. I use the CSS code for that. It's the default orange for close selection, but I changed it to pink at some point. I don't know if it's here. Yeah, now it's pink. The reason for that is that I have been using close selection since 2009, which in Anki the default color is blue. But I changed it at some point, I don't remember when. But I have been using for so long that it's so hard-coded in my brain that the close selection needs to be pink. In fact, pink in SuperMemo is used for references, not the close selection. But even though I didn't do it right away, I waited for the opportunity to pop up in the documentation. You really need to do this incrementally. Please, what I'm seeing now is that I really learned the concept of incrementalism pretty good, actually. That's one of the things that I was really bad at it, the incrementalism. I was used to do everything on one single batch on the go. Okay, then I moved on to pictures that would pop up in the manual. And here I struggled quite a little, because it's not that intuitive, because I was used in Anki, that you can copy, move, drag and drop, whatever, any picture, anytime, any place. So you can have any field. You can also use text and a picture on the same field, and so on. You have lots of freedom there. But in SuperMemo, it doesn't work like that. You have to use a component, but the component has to be an image component. You first have to move to change the template, to create a new component, and define that component as an image component. Then there's also the image registry. You have to put a meaningful name, and you just link the picture on the registry. Then you can fit in, up, press, and so on. So it takes little time to get used to, but it's nothing difficult now. Now it's second nature. And these are inline pictures. That's usually what happens when you import articles from web pages. But these are on image component. They are not in your collection, unless you explicitly select localize. Which usually what you will do, what I'm doing now here, is Control F8, and you select insert, and with insert, you make them as image components automatically. So if you come from another repetition app, you will be used to have front and back, and that's it. And that's not how SuperMemo works. It works by components. I think you can have unlimited quantity of components. Okay, I imported the visual learning because I was having real troubles with images. And at some point, I went through YouTube. I already seen these videos from Wozniak, but there was just to refresh, to make it step by step, and to replicate what he was doing. So 1 hour more into session, and still I only did items about SuperMemo. I'm not learning anything else that how to use SuperMemo using SuperMemo. That's why I think my case is not mainstream. Because most people won't have that much patience to put out like 6 hours just learning how to use it without actually learning something through it. Again, one other example that I had expressions that I never seen. I needed a translator. And again, I didn't did the item right away, which is, I think it's a better approach. When it's fresh, you make the connections, and you can write down the cues to make those connections again next time you see it. At some point, I noticed that I changed the layout so the knowledge tree also is on my left side, and from now on, it's still on my left side. Personal preference. I don't know if it's related to me being left-handed, but for me, it doesn't make sense to have it on the right side. It's counterintuitive for me. If I want to see, my brain goes to the left side. Even though I needed 6 hours to make this change, still very few cosmetic change. The close deletion and the knowledge tree to the other side. That's it for now. Yeah, finally at the end of the session, I was glancing on my stats. If you're new to SuperMemo, you will see that there are so many stats, and in each stat there are tabs, and oh man, it's overwhelming. So many things to see, and since you're new, you have no meaningful data to plot, especially if you only have like 4 or 6 days, like me. Meaningful at all. So what I suggest is you can satisfy your curiosity if you want to, but don't focus on the stats until later on. So you will have some data points to have meaningful plots, and you will already experience glitches, retention rate, and so on. Out of the 2-hour session, only 2 minutes were used for repetitions, for item repetitions. Everything else is done by reading. And you can tell that I didn't did any break at all. So out of 2 hours and 6 minutes, 2 hours is useful time. That's also because it's the very beginning. So since I don't have items from prior days, I focus more on reading. But even though it's very little, and here it is, the average time, now that was 8 seconds. Now it's 3 seconds. That is because of the English items, which are very quick to do. The speed still is not meaningful, because since I have some very little count of items, it doesn't make sense. They will go lower and lower every day. Don't look at this status speed, because at the very beginning it's not meaningful. I can always you will be assess your time in a marathon just for the first 100 yards or the first mile. It's not meaningful. That's not representative of what you're going to do in the long term. Day number 5, the 5th session with SuperMemo, when I was a newbie. And it's about 2 hours long. So that will be 8.5 hours overall when I finish this session. If you notice, I'm not wearing glasses. Here you can see me without glasses. That's actually, you always see me with glasses. All the videos are recorded with wearing glasses. But I don't wear them often, actually. When I am at home, I only wear glasses when I am at the computer. Or sometimes cooking or something. But most of the time, I don't wear them. For instance, when I use the laptop, I don't wear the glasses. It's inside my threshold of the myopia. Once again, inputting the sleeping pattern. Here I was trying with different imports. You can import as pictures, as a web page, page of images. I was trying all the different settings just to understand them. Actually, I always use the same one. One thing I noticed from the previous video is that I styled pink the close deletion, but that is the closed as in CSS. So you see that on a topic when you do the close deletion. But when you are in the item, the class is called closed without the final D. And I didn't style that still. Working out with the pictures, watching more videos about it. I had troubles, as you can see here, that the video was not playing, the YouTube video. I don't know what was the reason, because on the desktop it was not working, but it was on the laptop. And I was paranoid, Internet Explorer, and I don't know what was the cause. To this day, no clue whatsoever. I know it was an update, whatever. Again, 1 hour in the session, and still I only did things about SuperMemo. I haven't imported any article that is not about SuperMemo. So I was, as you can tell, hyper-focused on learning how to use SuperMemo. Here I am almost... Oh! Speaking of the devil, heuristic, in 1 hour and something, so 8 hours-ish, 9 hour-ish, was the first time I imported one article that I really want to read incrementally. That was heuristic by Wikipedia. Wow. I needed almost 9 hours. And as you can tell, I didn't pay much attention to the heuristics. I opened some more hyperlinks in the C also. I imported some of those. That's it, and I move on, 17, 18. So in 10 minutes, I move on to going the manual. Here I have some issues with the pictures in the SuperMemo articles. And that's because it's a bug in the toolkit SuperMemo is using. Those pictures, when you press Ctrl F8, they are downloaded as thumbnails, and it becomes like empty. This is especially true for PNG pictures. The only thing you can do for remedy that, to solve that, is to go to the picture, copy that, go back, and paste it there, one by one. Actually what I'm doing here. I'm using the Internet Explorer, but you can use the Explorer inside SuperMemo, it's quicker. That's how Wozniak is doing it. Here, I stumbled upon the formulation of knowledge when doing close lessons. And in fact, that was not new to me, because this article, the Incremental Learning Manual, is a superset. It includes the entire manual of formulation of knowledge. I was already familiar with that. And if I used Anki, I read this article several times across the years. And willingly, I memorized some of the example sentences. That's why here I decide to end the session of that day, and I didn't make any exit of this, because I was already familiar with that. I will cover the 6th session I did using SuperMemo. So back then, I already had 9 hours and a half worth of experience with SuperMemo. What I will be doing is highlight the specific points that are worth mentioning, so you don't need to go and see the entire thing. It will be useful if you are new to SuperMemo. The difficulties, more likely you will encounter as well. Now I'm getting items. That was not the beginning, because since I didn't have items to begin with, I only had topics and topics and topics. I was doing my outstanding, which all of the topics were about SuperMemo. And here I see that I changed the skin. Still very few cosmetic changes. If you take into account, I spent almost 10 hours. That's very little. Okay, so it didn't take less than 5 minutes to go through the... And here I'm going through the manual once again. Here is when I noticed that there was a website listing all the shortcuts. I was tempted to import that, but as you can see, the import was not satisfactory. I ended up importing them via XML, so I made a Python script to generate those. And what I can tell you is that this is outdated. Some of the shortcuts are wrong, not wrong, now doesn't represent the actual functionality, and there are some missing as well. Here is when I'm experimenting about how to import the XML. So what I did is exporting one branch of my own collection and see the syntax. Here, learning about tasks, which again, I tended to underuse them. And here I made one task for making the Python script to generate the XML. Attention, low, because the forgetting index, so in the same line as before. And the speed is decreasing. That's what you will expect, because this number is not impossible to achieve with incremental reading. Also, I do remember that sometimes I did I set a huge interval, 200 days or something like that. And what happens is that eventually 200 days happens. The item becomes outstanding. You see it again and you think, wow, I'm still not ready. I thought that was a huge interval, but now I see it's actually not. What you do is to increase it once again. What may seem as huge is actually not. Here I'm making notes about what I don't understand. That's actually what I was doing at the end of the session. So when I was thinking, okay, I will wrap up the session here, take notes of the difficulties and ask them on the community. Today is day 7. So what I will do in this video is going through the main points, so you get the golden nuggets, what to avoid, what to expect when you're a newbie, so you will have everything you need in a short period of time. So first here I noticed is that I was trying incremental video, but the thing is that that's local video, it's not from YouTube. The video is from YouTube, but I downloaded that video to try locally. This is not working because of the component. This is set as an Oli component, not as a video component. Although if I try to use the video concept, it doesn't apply. It's not related to a template or to a component. So make sure first to have a video component, or if you make the template, that this template has one video component, or either one, you won't be using incremental video. If you have difficulties, I made one video, incremental video, to install the codecs and so on, because with your vanilla installation, that won't work. You have to install some legacy codecs. So this session is 1 hour and a half all, so that will be, and yet again, everything is from SuperMemo. I imported like 2 or 3 Wikipedia articles, but I haven't seen myself reading those. Okay, for whatever reason, here I'm looking at the stats, 9 days overall. Because at some days I didn't use SuperMemo at all, but that day didn't count it. And some other day I doubled the session. That's why from now on I will call it session, not day. Look at the forgetting index. It's almost 30%, that's huge. And here I'm using the final drill. One of the things that may happen, I think it's in this time actually, is that I was not aware I was still in the final drill, because it's never ending. You do all the items, but SuperMemo is showing you again the items you did. So if this is happening to you, make sure to quit the final drill. You won't end ever. Yeah, I was glancing at the stats. If in a week I had some plots already, minimum plots. But as you can see, nothing fancy. Here I tried with the forgetting index, which I don't suggest changing it, as it's very specific and it's only through a concept. Because when you do a concept, you can set a default forgetting index. But the overall, I wouldn't touch it. I think I left 7%, but at some point I move it back to 10%. Here you can tell one of the questions I had, how to create components in templates, which is pretty easy. But now for me it's pretty easy. But back then I didn't get that. And that's why I failed to do the incremental video, among other things. Today it's the session number 8 on how I become familiar with SuperMemo. Here I have already about 13 hours of exposure. Mostly what I did until then is just learning about SuperMemo. So if you're new to SuperMemo, that will be useful to follow. Okay, here I import one article, finally one article. But even though it's related to SuperMemo, because when he talks about the algorithm, he says something about the regression or something like that. So I wanted to import that. But what happens is that it's using mathematic formulae. And I think it's using MathJax or LaTeX, something like that. You can see it's gibberish. I also did one video how to solve this. So you have to go to create an account in Wikipedia and change the settings so you can see a picture instead of the actual code. because SuperMemo is using Internet Explorer and doesn't support that. Here, with the task I created some hours ago, was still the only task I did. That was just a mock example. Here it is. Nice! This video is from SuperMemo Theater. That now he's commenting on my videos. That at that time I didn't realize it was a different channel. Is that look at the timestamp. This video is from 2008. And I was doing this session in 2020, so in August, so for just 1 month of 12 years. And this video is still relevant today. Wow. That's also one of the reasons I'm making these videos now, because there's not much stuff available. And I hope these videos I'm making as the reactions are useful, because actually what happened is that I didn't expect it to keep going with the channel. And what I see is that those raw versions are painful to watch. So now I'm condensing the content to make them useful. Okay, here I was struggling with the pictures, because the picture I was passing the picture in line in the component, not as a different component. So now what I will do is change the template for topic or item picture, and then just copy and paste. As easy as that. But you have to experience it. So if I had one video that replicates exactly what I needed, I will spend way less time on trial and error. Which actually, I am almost about 20 minutes trying that with that particular picture. I'm changing the layout. I even restarted SuperMemo. I was trying everything. Wow. Here again, this video is from SuperMemo video from Wozniak. So there's the secret. This is how I learned. Yes, I had help with the community, but that didn't avoid the trial and error. That's also because I'm hyper-focused on how to learn SuperMemo. So it's not that incrementally. Oh, finally! The image component. 1 hour, wow. 40 minutes working only in this picture. Wow. So what now I will do in, I don't know, in 30 seconds. I needed 40 minutes to realize how to do it. And this implies, as you can see, SuperMemopedia, SuperMemo Help, YouTube, also the SuperMemo community. Wow. That's a very good example that now it may seem like super easy, but when you are in day 6 or day 8, it does not look that easy. Not easy, let me rephrase that. That intuitive. That's I guess that was the next topic that popped out, and I tried to use the image component. This time I do it quicker. Finally, some final drill at the end of the session number 9. How I was getting familiar with SuperMemo. And here I have more or less like 15-hour-ish experience. Here, as you can see, is when I was trying to import the shortcuts from XML, just because I want something easy to understand the XML import for later on import stuff from Monkey. Yeah, one mistake I did is that I hard-coded the styling. What I did afterwards is to put a custom class, which you can modify anytime with a template. Here, something that it may happen to you is that, okay, I'm still new with images, so I wanted to import the images as components, right? But I imported them all, so this is what happens. And they become useless because there are screenshots and they are so tiny. So what I suggest is to make 1 or maximum 2 when you are on the parent. And when you split or make extracts, then you can put more pictures on that. And if it's just, you want to reuse the same picture, you can use the registry for that. And you just link one item from the registry and that's it. That's it. And this is what happens. I said that in another video, but I didn't have the actual footage. That sometimes, especially on SuperMemo Guru and web pages, the picture doesn't work when you are using Ctrl F5. As you can see, it always goes down to 0%. That happens with the thumbnails of PNG files. To do a workaround, so you have to do the workaround and do one by one. It's a limitation of the toolkit, so this cannot be amended. So that's how I was trying. As you can see, that's not the proper way to do it. I was doing drag and drop because that was what I was used to do in Anki, right? And that doesn't work because once you move or rename that picture outside SuperMemo, this will be broken because it's an external link and using the full path. So please do a component, an image component, because those pictures, now it is as a component, and this picture is finally on the registry. All you see here in line, unless you put the localize, it won't be on your registry. So that's a very awkward example how to do it. Oh, finally, the resize. Okay, you get the point. This looks better already. And I did this one by one, no secret. So let's say that you are forced to do it incrementally. Oh, here I changed the skin to gray. Also notice that these SuperMemo shortcuts have been imported from XML. That's why they look like this, a pale blue color, means that they are pending. When you import from XML file, everything is pending. So you won't see those unless you memorize them or click on learn new stuff, new material. There are some limitations. There are no priorities, and the order is first in, first out, because now the pending queue is almost obsolete. So keep that in mind. If you come from Anki, the pending will be somewhat similar with suspended. So finally, after almost 2-hour session, I kind of get the hang of the pictures. It's not a big deal. It's just a little patience you need. Here, I think I'm starting to do the hint, because that's actually different of what I was used to. Because in Anki, when you do the close deletion, you just put another column and do the hint. So usually you do the hint right away. That's not true in SuperMemo. You also do that incrementally. So you have to go either when it pops up in repetition and you do the reformulation. And if you really want to do it right away, you will need, when you do the close deletion, which generates a new item, when you modify something, you only are modifying that file and that's it. The change doesn't propagate to all other clauses you may have done on the same sentence, which perhaps that is what you will be expecting if you come from other software. So, long story short is that here, this item is very ironic now, is that are people who are predisposed to be incremental readers, and those are called snippers. So I guess I was a snipper at the end of the day. That's day number 10 of my familiarization with SuperMemo. I'm about 18 hours in already. Retention, nothing new. Measured index, nothing new. And if you notice, the speed keeps decreasing. That's because I have more staff, so this value is more meaningful to the actual reality. And total time, look, all the time I spend it, which at the end of this session will be close to 20 hours. Only 40 minutes, 15 minutes are actually for repetition. That's very low. Only 124 repetitions. Okay, here I'm noticing that I was using the bit shelter. Please don't wait until day 10 or day 13. Here I was messing with the init layouts. Yeah, I was curious how it's done. Finally, so I needed 20 hours to customize the cosmetics. That's the background I'm using, this grayish color with this, with the references like this. That was the first, was also gray. Then I changed to the regular black and a smaller font. At least for me, that's more pleasing to read. That's an interesting thought out of the cost of knowledge. So you have to ponder to balance if it's worth adding to SuperMemo or not. Even if it's something worth memorizing, if it's too niche, won't be worth in long term. So let's say that I have one issue. Now with some software that I always forget eventually, but I only do it like once or twice a year when I need it. So every time I have to re-Google that, and okay, it's like that. And it's pretty quick, and I memorize this fact. I know it's quick to Google, but I forget how it's done. But why I don't create that item is that the time I will invest creating, reformulating those items, in the repetitions, 6 to 8 times in lifetime, whatever it takes. It does not wait the time I'm saving to avoid the Googling. That's why I don't make those items. Let's say that I need just 20 seconds to get the answer in Google, and then I recall everything I needed. The time I spend, let's say 4 minutes or whatever, will be bigger than that. Just for one item, it's, oh, that's an overkill, it doesn't matter. But it's the accumulation of those items that it adds load and load and load and load and load. And that's actually one mistake I did with Anki, is that I had the obsession to Ankify everything. Everything. Doesn't matter the applicability. And what I ended up doing, in some cases, is memorizing something I didn't ever need it. I was investing time, let's say, oh, just 20 seconds in this item, yeah. But 20 seconds here, 12 seconds there, 18 seconds there. You start to make minutes, and when you are into thousands, then those minutes are hours. So you are just not spending wisely your time. So take this in mind. Do not put everything in SuperMemo. Okay, here is when I'm using the CSS code. But here, I don't recommend doing that, because if you notice, it's the CSS file in the bin. So that will become the default. If you want to style the no template, that will be the file you want. That was actually not the case here. I didn't pretend to do that. What I do now is to style the CSS of every single template. Here, still 2 hours, almost 2 hours in the session, I think. 100 minutes in the session. Still, almost everything I did is just memo. So I guess an heuristic, being now that I see it in the screen, of the 20 hours I spent by now here, at least half an hour will be something else that is not SuperMemo. I'll say 90-something% still is just pure SuperMemo, how to use it, how it works. That's so funny, because just today I recorded a video that I had this very same article duplicated. The genius. Because here, nice. Now that's the beauty of having the raw footage. Here I can tell it was the HTTP in August. And what I did in next April is importing this very same article, but with an S in the protocol. So I ended up with a duplicate, but SuperMemo didn't check that as a duplicate, just because the URL was the same, but the difference was in the actual protocol. It had one extra S. Oh yeah, now it's duplicate because it's not the same issue here. All of them are using the HTTP, there's no S. But that's what may happen to you. It's an internal reference. That's a subsection of the article. Obviously, it's the same article overall. It's especially true on Incremental Learning Manual, that there are so many cross-reference and internal references that you will end up importing the same article over and over again. And finally, inputting the questions I had. How to split an article by bullet points. That's easy. Custom string and li. There's formulas, that's not possible. How I said HTML view, that's Control F6. As you can see, the questions I was having were very easy and short to answer. I have to try, find out. That's a very bad practice. As you can tell, I'm putting the name here. What I suggest, if you start typing out the text in the component, the first component, that will become the title as well. Because the title of the element is fed from the first component. So if you name here manually the item first, you will have to copy it and paste it on its content. And second, you will lose synchronization if at some point you want to switch the Q&A or something like that. So please don't use that. Yeah, I had one interesting bug that I never realized what was causing. That at some windows, for instance, when I was opening the commander, because I wanted to do a split, I didn't saw that window at all. And I don't know what was the issue. It solved when I move on to another version, the 18.04, I think, then that was out. So I think it was a small bug, or I touched anything, I really don't know. So please write this down inside the component. This will save you time. Today I want to show you the session number 11 I did when getting familiar with SuperMemo. So here I have more than 20 hours of exposure. I just will make the outline. I think now will be very short because of things I'm doing new are very few. Let's go to the point. Yeah, here I was having trouble with increase and decrease the text size. And that's because this character is in a different position in the Spanish layout. I noticed that in Windows, I set keyword as the Spanish. Only one works, the increase text, but not the decrease text. I don't know why. And if I select the American layout, then I have to press what will be the key for that, which is Fluent in Spanish it's the dash. And there are some more, a few more than that doesn't work. So SuperMemo doesn't see the Spanish layout, even though it's configured in the Windows. If you are using a foreign layout for your keyboard, it may happen the same. You just need to get used to it. So instead of open square bracket and close square bracket, is open square bracket and dash, and that's it. At least here I notice the memorized items per day is increasing. Rotation, finally, it's increasing slightly, but increasing. Also here I was importing so much stuff about some auto-related things about SuperMemo. The working memory, semantic memory, expressive memory. Here is when I started to import so much stuff that I had a very long backlog. Here I am on Anki for whatever reason. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That I started to make cards about SuperMemo Guru stuff with Anki. So I was convinced about how to learn, but I was not convinced about the software because it was proprietary. And I was doing look at the topics just to recreate what will be the knowledge tree. You have the small house script that you are feeding each deep tag depending on of the deck hierarchy. So you style in different colors. I don't input that manually, at least once, to create the cards. That was actually short-lived, less than a month. I'll look here at the source, the further reading, the extra, prior reading. That's an overkill. That's like one way to try to mimic the incremental reading, but doing everything manual. And this, with some weeks, that became unbearable because the workload was huge. And that, oh man, such a bad card. What happens with Anki or any software? That you can use all constellations in a single place, and this will create 3 different cards, right? You have a tendency to avoid reformulation, but you will be tempted to do them always in one single piece of text. If I want to prompt about change of ideas, I will rephrase that. Not only shorter, but more meaningful, more semantically. Wow, you can tell this is trash. The formulation of this knowledge is not worth it. That's why I didn't actually use it for long, just 2 weeks, because it was painful to review that. So philanthropy was huge, outstanding philanthropy. But the technical approach was absolutely trash. You're trying workarounds or more hacky stuff, but it didn't make the cut. I know that there's an incremental add-on for that, but even though you don't have priorities and all of these. Also keep in mind that I was not using, that was one caveat. If I want to auto-feed the headers in the card while reviewing, I had to rely on the deck hierarchy. But I didn't review every deck manually. I was always on the most parent deck. And also doing more, using more add-ons to be able to randomize everything, so I'm not depending of the actual hierarchy. SuperMemo Guru in Chinese. Oh yeah, because these are the translations. And as you can see, there's no Spanish, to my surprise. That's actually one of the things I want. That is still true today. I want to translate the most useful topics on SuperMemo Guru. But bro, they're huge. That's why I want to, if I have to commit my time, I will have to monetize it in one way or another, which I will love to do it. It's kind of tedious translating. I have translated apps, websites. It's tedious to do, but it pays off in the sense that you open the door to people who has the language barrier. And here, as always, at the end of the session, checking what I have learned, what of the pending things to learn, if I did it, I succeeded, and so on and so on. So that was what I was doing, incrementally, going to fluency. Today is session number 12. And more or less I have about a day, 24 hours of experience on SuperMemo. So as you can see, in red are the times I'm using SuperMemo, which is kind of very condensed in time. I noticed I was using the 500 maximum child per branch. I did that because of the first topic I had, which was the incremental learning, that are about 400 childs. Now I think I use 200. That's up to you. My heuristic is lower to better, because you scroll down and up less. Here I was messing around with all the settings I didn't touch before. But the phonetic transcription is only useful if you use the English collection. And here it is. That's more or less the default English collection. I modified the layout, because back then I started with that collection. And what I did, and what I will be doing in this session, is importing it, and merging it to my main collection. Which later on, I decided to split it once again and remerge it once again in the future. And here it is. Be advised that there are so many limitations when merging collections. First, there are so bugs, and it's known. Those bugs are known. I reported them, and that was known already. Those are the concepts will be gone, lost. The concept on the source collection will be duplicated if you have any of them. Then the templates will be lost, so the aesthetics, cosmetics are preserved, but the template will be the no template, which is inconvenient. And I think there are more cases, so I really suggest not to merge often, if any at all. Here I'm checking the CSS from Internet Explorer, because it was used with Anki to do almost everything. All the standards were supported. But that's not true in SuperMemo, because of the limitation of Internet Explorer. Here you see Internet Explorer 11 supports 512 creators, which is, well, it's good enough. Look, and look at the Internet Explorer 7, just 19. It's very poor, absolutely poor. One of the things that SuperMemo uses as a tool, the I don't remember the exact name, the DLL, is equivalent of Internet Explorer 5.5, which is very, very ancient and extremely limited. So this CSS you can do is just the plain basics. Also, I noticed that in this session, I haven't did much topics about SuperMemo. So I was doing the outstanding items, but finally I decided to go and learn whatever I wanted to do. And I only focus on SuperMemo if I had some trouble that I wanted to solve, and that's it. Keep in mind, I had already 24 hours of use. Here is when I messed up. I messed up with the components. That I inserted all the images as components. And here I am trying to amend that, which I think at the end of the day I decided to get rid of them all and importing one by one. Yeah, you can tell that it could be really messed up, the layout. This is likely to happen the few first tries you do, especially if the original topic is huge, like the incremental reading. This is the session number 13 that I did when I was newbie with SuperMemo. I'm in on already 27, 28 hour in, more or less. And this session is almost 3 hours long. You can tell that those sessions were longer because I was more proficient with SuperMemo. So I could do more learning and be on the flow. Again, I'm watching more YouTube videos. Also, I noticed that at the beginning, I was using import as a new node. I really don't suggest that. I don't see the point of doing this. So you really want to import straight away with the title will be the title in the web page. So here I imported more stuff from Anki. Was actually not needed. I'll take Katakana, Kirogana, and so on. But because I wanted to try before doing something meaningful. And at the end of the day, I finally decided to not import anything. Anything at all. So all my collection is brand new in SuperMemo. Oh, here I'm doing, I'm focusing on templates here. The Japanese. Here I try to change the font with the stroke order fonts, the color, and here it is. That's the result. So, well, I'm seeing that what I said at the beginning of the video, it's not actually the case. The session was long, but I almost did nothing about incremental reading. I focused on experimenting with templates. I am about 2 hours and a half in, and it's almost everything about templates. Yeah, here is when I noticed that all the imports were on the pending queue. So I've changed the priority, but doesn't change anything because it's still pending. And what I tried is to make the spread. So I had 10 or 20 every day, something like that. But keep in mind that this was pointless for me because that's 10 years old material. I know this by heart. So I really don't need flashcards for that. It was just to experience how it goes. The feeling is, okay, I'm really experienced on that on Anki. Let me see how it's in SuperMemo, the feeling of it. On the other part, I will see the intervals. And later on, I can check the history on both apps and check how different the intervals are. That's the session number 14, when I was getting used to SuperMemo. I'm close to 30 hours already, or slightly more than that. And I was also doing more templates because I only focused on templates for the cards I am importing. And as you can see here, I have the styling. So that's not the same with incremental reading item. Let's look at the stats here. 13 days. Retention, almost the same as before. Yeah. Average time, total time. Speed. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Here I was checking is if I do the changes in the file, in the external file, do I see the changes real time on SuperMemo? Do I need to refresh? This kind of thing. So that was a shorter session, just 1 hour and 15 minutes. But keep in mind, this was done on the same day. So overall I did almost 3 hours before that. But that session had no learning whatsoever. I focused so much on the templates that I ended up doing nothing about incremental reading. That's why I decided to make a second session. That's the session number 15, when I was using SuperMemo. And that's actually the longest session I recorded, which was 3 hours and a half straight with no break. Here you can see that I did off screen more decks from Anki. I generated the XML files. Here you have the Hangul before I did the katakana. Also what I did is creating the topics. There were void topics, just to convert them as folders. That's one of the things that you don't do in Anki. In Anki you just import the stuff and that's it. But here you can also do a hierarchy if you want to. That's what I did. Every item, this will be every card type in Anki, which is asking the same but with different directions. Is I give you the transliterate, the Hangul and let's ask the transliteration. Or given the transliteration, what's the Hangul? Or what's the phonetic reading? And so on. Another template that was for person, for people. And here, and that's also true from the last session, is I'm focusing more on the Guru articles about schooling. Because I decided to give up everything in Anki that I did from the Guru and start from scratch. So I have everything in one place and done with incremental reading. Oh wow, I haven't did that many times. That's the visual browser. That's useful especially if you have pictures. You can see visually the relationship of different topics and items, well, elements. Yeah, look at the clock. 2 hours 15 minutes and 2 hours 30 the video. That is still absolutely no break. Also, I noticed in the image registry, the highlights is, oh, I would like to see a legend for what's yellow for, what it stands for, and what's this orange-ish color stands for. And that is also true in the sleep charts and so on. You have color coding, but you don't have the legend. So you have to rely 100% on the documentation because it's not present in the software. And I didn't notice until now that I was using a subset review already. Interesting. I don't remember the first time I understand what it is, what it was, and use it for real, not just for experimenting. And here what I did, since I generated those items with a script, the question is always the same. So what I was doing is applying the template, but for doing that, it's just I did one item, create a template, and that's it. And then I filtered those items to add the template in bulk. Yep, and that was it for today. Today it's session number 16 of how I was introduced to SuperMemo, my familiarization. And here I started to use the backups, especially the one done by the community, the Beat Shelter by Alexis. Please don't wait that long. Here I don't know now if I have like 30 hours of use. Don't wait that long. Do it on day 2 or in the first weekend or whatever you want, but do it very soon. It doesn't matter if you lose your collection at the beginning because you're just experimenting. But as soon as you do your own stuff, you import the things you really want to use, make the backup. Here I was trying, follow the documentation, no issues, was easy to follow. And strictly speaking, you don't do backups, you do snapshots. So if your hard drive has a failure, this won't save anything at all. So you still need to do backups on your own with a different hard disk, hard drive, or even computer, or on the cloud using GitHub. Yeah, that's funny. That's one example that I always use about the spelling because I'm already pretty familiar with Schwarzenegger when he was an actor in the 90s, but I don't know how to spell his name. That's one of the biggest examples I always like to use. CHW. Yeah. I don't remember that even today. And here I was doing the more advanced stuff now, Mercy, and so on. Yeah. I do suggest, here I was just messing around with this. Please don't do that. That's very advanced. I will suggest to leave the defaults. Lightness, investment, easiness, and recency. Even though spread or mercy have to be used scarcely as possible. And later on I think at the end of this session is when I realized that, okay, there's no point on keep going with this raw footage on YouTube, because when I finish all of this, I realized that only the spreading activation is left, something that you need time to build a collection in order to do it, to use it, and it's when I stopped recording myself. So I kept using SuperMemo, but without recording. So we are close, very close to the end. And here I was actually trying. So that was still unneeded, but I really recovered from a backup with Beat Shelter to see how it's done and if everything goes okay before I had to do it for real, which seriously I did. I don't know how many times, but at least this year, I did recover from a backup at least 3 times. You never know when you need it. That's the session number 17 I did with getting familiar with SuperMemo. We're about to reach the end, but there are more golden nuggets still to share. So look here at the name of the collection, which that's my name, but with a timestamp, the date stamp. That's actually because this collection is recovered by a backup. So to make sure, and I didn't want to delete the original, created the new one with the times on it. And this is an example that you really need to make backups. I could have lost now close to 30 something hours worth of material. I'm creating more templates, the also known as. Okay, now I'm seeing the fool's guide to SuperMemo that was shared when I was already almost a month in SuperMemo. Look at my face. I'm paying attention. Well, now I'm just adapting to the also known as. But later on, I also do the true or false. But I ended up discarding that template because you don't have a shortcut. You just need to click on the option you want. So I just rely on pros. This is T/F for true or false. The secret here is that you save the template as contents because you want to save also the pictures here. We can consider those templates as advanced templates because it's affecting the behavior. If you click, you answer and this kind of thing. That's the final 18 session I did with the raw footage. Here I'm close to 1 month of using SuperMemo and I think I am above 40 hours here. As you can tell, I made more templates off screen. Yeah, you can see here, period, 30 days exactly. Yeah, the retention has increased dramatically from the 89% to 95%. That's also the English collection. The average time has lowered to 4.2 and the speed has increased for the exact same reason, the English collection that I merged. Look, that's how I used SuperMemo. You can tell. First I did very long sessions. That's the day I did twice in one single day. But then you can see that I move on to interleave more my experience with SuperMemo. So I did more sessions across the day. So until now all the sessions were consecutive. This video it's not. This was just to prove how just a milestone with 1 month of experience, how proficient I am with SuperMemo. Wow, I have a new Steam template. I think that's the only item I have with this template. Because now I'm not keen on memorizing who said that. So it's very interesting to have them, but there's no point on memorizing the author of the quote. Here I was contemplating the idea to use the universal decimal classification or any other similar that is done on libraries and use it for my knowledge tree. But that's way too, first, time consuming. That won't outweigh the benefit. And at the end of the day, I relied on doing my own. How ironic. I'm really glad I'm making these videos now because of the nice timing. I made a video, I released a video just today using this very item, the outwardly. Wow! Because what happened is that I have seen this item today, just today, and I feel it really hard. This formulation is crap. It's useless, right? Because what I did is copy the information from Google. Because my focus was on the spelling. The TWB, I'm not used to that, outwardly. Wow, if you want to check out the video, I will link it. But that's an example, because I had no issue at all to remember that. But since the formulation is that poor, when you have an interval, I don't know, in some months, and you have that item once again, you are out of context and you have no clue. That's when you fail that card. And when you fail that card is when you have to reformulate the knowledge. you don't just skip it and see you next time. You will leech that card. Well, here I'm having some trouble about the free slots. That's when you delete the stuff on your collection on bulk. If you do so, time to time, do the repeat collection, but you will have these kind of errors. But here what I want to outline is the hint. It could be kind of long, right? An item is classified as cerebellum as a part of the what? That's way too open. This question can be anything. It's a subdivision of the embryonic vertebrate brain. And now I get what I'm asking. It's okay, the metaencephalon. Here's when I created my template for phonetics, because that's hard to pronounce. I don't even remember that, but it's so often appearing so often that I really want to memorize the right pronunciation in English, which differs a lot of the pronunciation of my native language. So here I have the plots for the sleep learning timeline. I no longer check that because I don't log my sleep to begin with. Interesting, here I have the optimal interval of 1.5 days. And you can tell that here is some oddity already. That's because most likely those are from English items. But recently, April, I did a couple of thousand of items of the English, and I increased the optimal interval to a month, 30 days, which is ridiculous. So keep that in mind. If you are going to merge your collection with the English one, and you will go big in quantity, into thousands every month, I will suggest to keep them split. But keep in mind the caveats of having different collections if you in any point in the future want to merge those. But the point is that there's no good and bad approach. Depends on your goals and your priorities, your own taste, your own criteria. And that, my friend, it's the end. Feel free to ask me any question, especially if you're new and you watch most of these videos. What question do you have, or if it was the same for you? I'm really curious. Also about discussing how hard it is to get proficient with SuperMemo. As you can see, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's longer than usual. Everything is documented. You can go and check the raw videos on the playlist. But if I succeeded, anyone can succeed. The key point is patience. Putting in the time, and also to avoid the anxiety of, oh, I want to do it now, I want to know it now. It's patience. One by one, incrementally. Here within a month, you can tell that I'm proficient enough to do my own session. There are so many stuff that I haven't seen yet. And now I'm almost 9 months in, and I still have one way things to experience and to understand. Even the documentation, I haven't fully read the documentation of the entire website. Not that I try to do, but still today I'm asking questions on SuperMemopedia. It's, let me understand that, if it's a pending item on the first repetition, is that a lapse? Because it's pending, it's not as memorized. What criteria is using for assessing the next interval? It's not the same as if it's a close deletion. They're using different metrics and so on. It's, wow. So many stuff. And one final word is that actually you don't need that level of understanding. First, if you don't use the English collection, most likely you won't have pending items. So then that's the point of understanding everything related to pending items, because it will be useless for you. And that's the point. That's also because of my personality, that I'm very curious. Is, I wonder, why this, why that, why this, why that? And so that's why I'm asking lots of questions in SuperMemopedia. It happens that I have found bugs that Wozniak said that I'm the first one reporting that. Is, wow. I'm really surprised sometimes, because that bug has been present forever, or since it was created, implemented. And I don't know if no one noticed, but at least no one reported that. So my final suggestion is, if you experience something, any bug, please use SuperMemopedia. it's the only official way to do it, and anyone will benefit from that. So it was a pleasure, first, to record that, second, to re-record that as a reaction, and don't hesitate to leave a comment, and see you around. Stay curious.